Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Don't you never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness role-playing community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida, but now spread to the world at large. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa, Florida, where the Sept of the Evening Star attempts to combat the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. But before we get to all of that, you should go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below. And you can join our community by following that Discord link. And if you're fond of us in any capacity, more than just the average casual fan, you could sign up for our Ko-fi, where for as low as $5 a month, you can get access to all kinds of behind-the-scenes features, including the Rosebud Thorns for this very session. And while this is our second to last episode before we take a long break, a about 4-week long break, Ko-fi members will get all kinds of special sneak peeks as to what is to come over the break. So that is a very good incentive for you to go sign up for that Ko-fi as soon as possible. But of course, I could not tell this story alone. It would take some pretty incredible players to make that happen. So let's go ahead and introduce those players now. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ, Champagne, the Night Monkey, whatever you want to call me, and I will be playing Aspen Weiss, Philodox of the Stargazers.
It's all so new. Hi, everyone. I'm Nori. I will be playing Jester Silvertongue, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
I don't like change. I don't like it. Go back to Falcon. Hi, my name's Nick. I'll be playing Izzy, aka Entwined Smiles with Claws, the Ahroun child of Gaia.
And while the Stargazers may not actually believe in auspices, the mechanics do, so, you know, Philodox is still fitting for the time being. anyway, let's go ahead and get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Last week, we saw Aspen and Jester have a stitching bitch, but without the stitching part, just primarily the bitching part, as they were able to lean on one another about all of their woes and everything that has been happening lately, as well as kind of having a little bit of back and forth about the future of Hashugut and their role in the overall sept. We then saw Izzy travel all the way out to Orlando to recover one of the shards of Charles's spirit that happened to be at a location of one of their missions from their old pact from many years ago. And it was a very defining moment for Izzy and Charles's relationship at the time, but it also gave Izzy some insight into what Charles was dealing with and going through at the time and the importance of that moment, which may have felt only important to Izzy at the time, but actually was very important to Charles as well. We then saw Aspen, Jester, and Izzy head to Gatorland to recover another shard of Charles's spirit, but this wisp shard, call it what you will, was very different than what anyone expected as they encountered Charles's sense of humor, which ended up in a game of tag, effectively running throughout the Gatorland Park until it could be cornered and careened by some clever movement on Jester's behalf. After the break, Aspen met the patron of the Stargazers, the elusive patron that has been in hiding for so long, the mysterious patron known as Libra. And during this conversation, Aspen truly got to understand what the Stargazers are about, at least in some part, and the importance of balance in the Stargazer philosophy. It was basically at this point that Aspen became a Stargazer, having received the approval and acceptance of this mysterious patron, and moving forward, hopefully following their doctrine and edicts in this new nation that she is hoping to create. We then saw Jester and Izzy at the Rage Room / Guru prison. It's kind of up in the air. It's held many possibilities and uses over the time since it's been created. But here is where they encountered a shard of Charles's restraint. And the shard itself did something unexpected when it said you could leave part of it behind. And under that idea of only taking a part of the shard, a part of Charles's restraint, and Charles being a very, very restrained individual, the decision was made to do it, especially after a lockbox was recovered from the hole that they punched in the wall, revealing that Charles was still holding to his oath to never attack a pack member in a state of frenzy, or never allow himself to get to a state of frenzy ever again. A level of restraint that is completely impossible for any guru to promise or hold to, due to the overwhelming rage that Gaia grants them in the fight for the future. And finally, we saw Aspen, Jester, and Izzy still at the Rage Room confront the individual known as Ricardo, the one that had been captured at the rally several weeks earlier. They came to learn, however, that Ricardo had been a guru for about a year or so, but had not learned much of anything as to what it means to be a guru. They had not been tribed. They did not know what an auspice was. They were literally just surviving for this past year until they were encountered by a very stoic, cold, and strange individual who agreed to teach them in return for some favors. It was eventually figured out that that individual could very well be Ethan of the cult of Fenris, and that he is using his manipulative ways to accomplish some tasks. And they learned that there was a third party involved, a stolen moon, who could be very well insane. And if you've been watching Hellhounds, you get a little bit more information about that stolen moon. But our story continues this week as the hunt for the shards of Charles's soul continues, in hopes of gathering them together and potentially resurrecting Charles in our finale before the break. But let's go ahead and get to our first scene. Jester, you've worked diligently. You have been tirelessly in pursuit of these shards. You have been doing everything that you can to get what you need to potentially bring back your guru love, Charles. But is that all? Turtle said he would reveal in time what would be required for the rite itself, but time is starting to draw short, and the desire to get this done increases almost by the minute. But before talking to Turtle, you seek out Brother Tomas Varga, the member of the Silverfang court, the keeper of the dead, who really set all of you on this path by revealing what had happened to Charles's spirit and what would be necessary to reassemble it. So as you are in the cairn late one evening, the blazing of the bonfire casting light all around, even out to the reaches of the RV camp, where some lights can be seen in the various trailers where the members of the Sept, as well as their Vermont guests, are staying. You do see Brother Tomas walking through the cairn, just awestruck by all of the spirits that surround the area, the ones that have been residents of the cairn since long before any of you were alive, and will probably be residents of the cairn with you long after you're dead, if all goes well. What are your thoughts going into this encounter with Brother Tomas?
I'm at the moment watching him, seeing how he reacts to the other spirits around. Kind of wondering what he thinks of all of it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a wits and insight as you're watching from afar, studying his mannerisms and his behavior.
Can I use my intention specialty?
I'm going to say no, because I wouldn't say that Varga has any intentions about the situation. This is just you observing his observations and behavior in reaction to what he is witnessing and has witnessed over the past couple of weeks.
Okay. What's my rage at?
2. You're going to always be at a steady 2 until this is dealt with.
I got 1 success.
Brother Varga is carrying a reverence in the way he moves and the way he steps that would be akin to one potentially walking through a cemetery or maybe even a museum. There is a almost intellectual but also spiritual reverence for the representation of this place, the power of this place, and what it means to have a place where spirits can dwell openly and freely, that these ancestral beings still have a place here other than in story and memory. So he is a bit taken aback, a bit awestruck, but also very respectful about their presence. And if he encounters any or sees any, he seems to give a very reverent bow of his head in recognition of them, which is very strange also, because it usually takes one being bound to the cairn to be able to see those spirits at any given time. So either he's using some sort of penumbral sense, or there's something about Brother Varga that allows him to witness this openly.
After watching him for a few minutes, I'll go and approach him.
As you approach, his gaze turns to you and he gives a very warm smile, although warm is relative for someone who is so frail and almost skeletal looking as Brother Varga. But he gives a long bow of his head and then almost a half bow at the waist as he says, Jester Silvertongue, good evening.
Good evening. You know, you don't have to bow.
Why not?
Feels weird, I guess.
Well, you saved the life of myself and my companions. That is worthy of respect.
I
If it makes you uncomfortable, I don't have to.
suppose it's worthy of respect, but it's just... I can't imagine doing anything different.
We would all like to believe that in any given situation, others would make that same choice. We can also say from experience that they would not. Fear is a powerful adversary. Self-preservation is a tool that can be used effectively and to great result, but can also lead to devastation for others. I will never assume one's intentions to be pure, nor will I ever judge those intentions for taking a different path.
It's a very, I suppose, wise would be the best word, way to look at things.
We will all ultimately be judged by our actions and the legacy we leave behind, the stories that are told, and the memories that are shared, and the way we are revered. So why be judged in the present? Especially when the present still allows for time for change.
I mean, sometimes judgment can help push that change in some people.
And also have the opposite effect. We judge ourselves harsher than any external force could judge us. Sometimes that external judgment causes one to lean even further into their ways, even if it's out of a sense of rebellion.
That's fair.
One thing I do is trust that my fellow man, my fellow guru, know the difference of right and wrong. And if they don't, I can do my best to educate them, but there is something missing in that regard that may never be able to be taught.
What's that?
Compassion. We can teach individuals how to express and show compassion, but we can't teach them to feel it. Not unless they already had the seeds of it there.
You think there's many people without compassion?
Many? No. But I'm not naive enough to believe that there aren't any.
It's an interesting way to look at things.
It's different, to be sure.
Do you think it's different from many of your tribe?
Almost certainly, judgment is valued very highly amongst the Silverfangs and followers of Falcon. They believe it is their place to decide, to lead, to judge.
Judgment might be a thing we have in common. Silverfangs and Black Furies.
We have a lot more in common than that.
Look around at the spirits. So have you spoken to any of them?
I have not. I would prefer to allow them to approach me if they see fit. I realize I am a guest in their home, and it is inappropriate of a guest to demand anything of their host, but to accept that which is offered.
Let me guess, they've been a little shy.
Understandably so.
They were not very shy with me. Of course, before we brought Turtle back, we didn't actually see them walking around and things. They were just in the trees.
Your moon sign and your character speak volumes. It would make sense why they would feel comfortable approaching you.
I believe Eliza said that with my particular moon sign, I'm more open to receiving their stories.
Yes. Many guru believe theurges are the only ones who deal with spirits, forgetting the fact that we all deal with spirits every single time we use a gift, every single time we change our shape. Basically, every action we take involves spirits in some capacity. So to just label the theurges as the only ones who commune with spirits, or the ones who should be expected to commune with spirits, is a falsehood. Our galliards are very important in the work with spirits. For it is our galliards who in their own way keep the spirits alive.
I agree. I have always thought that since we are part spirit, we all should try to at least understand them a little bit. Kind of like understanding what we've become better.
Yes.
And let's just say that thanks to a spirit, I now can hear our ancestors a lot.
That is a very unique gift. One that we share, of course, but for very different reasons.
How did you learn that you could call upon them or see them?
I almost joined them for my change. I was, this may not be too difficult to believe, a very sickly child growing up. in and out of hospitals. I spent a great deal of time in the natal intensive care unit after my birth. To look back now, knowing what that child would become, seems almost laughable, to be honest, as it was hard to believe I would even make it to see my 5th birthday. But through that process, I began to see and hear them. Guru often label ancestors as other Guru, but ancestors take many forms, and not all of them are Guru.
Interesting. I think most that I've come across are Guru.
Likely your power is primarily limited to Guru, your connection. But every now and then, there are those that can find a connection beyond that. It is usually those that have experienced or encountered death rather intimately.
So you've been able to see the ancestors for a very long time then.
Yes.
Did that make any of, well, the change or anything else easier?
The change is never easy. There may not be a great deal of collateral damage that comes with the change for some. Ones we consider lucky in the process of the change. But it's never easy. Because your entire existence, your entire purpose, your entire sense of self changes with it. And no amount of preparation, even for those who were raised within our society or culture, truly can solidify that understanding until the change itself happens. But no, unfortunately, my change was not easy. In fact, it was very much, I suppose you would say, par for the course. I accidentally killed a priest. My change.
I'm sorry.
They have forgiven me, and I have sworn my life to carrying on their teachings. They were a good man, a loyal servant of good and light and positivity. And while I may not necessarily prescribe for myself their exact doctrine or belief, I don't fault those who do. Gaia comes in many forms and is called by many names. And whether one wishes to refer to them as God or Hosanna or just the one, faith is faith. And we all need a little faith, especially in a world that fails to reward faith other than with greed or envy or persecution of those that don't believe.
Yeah. I killed my mother's abusive boyfriend.
And how do you feel about it?
Not sad. He was a bad man. And I think he would have, if not her or me, he would have killed someone else. Or others.
See why Gorgon would choose you.
Yeah. Yeah. We are pretty close in that aspect of things. I mean, actually murdering someone, well, I don't remember it really, but knowing I did it was a lot to deal with for a while, but I've kind of come to terms with it.
Killing is never easy.
No, I suppose not.
Do you consider yourself an individual of faith?
In Gaia, yes. In what we do, yes.
What's the difference?
They're kind of the same.
We have this wonderful advantage because we get to see proof of what we believe in. Our faith isn't entirely blind. There is still a part of it that is. Faith that we can make a difference. Faith that it's not for nothing. Faith that the heartbeat we feel beneath our feet is Gaia, not something else. Really isn't that different. It's just easier because we know where to look. Whereas if they truly opened their eyes, humans would see evidence of it all around them. In a helping hand, in a considerate ear, friends and family. But that is easily taken for granted. And believe it or not, even with all of the evidence we have, there are plenty of Guru who still don't believe.
I mean, I'll look to where Turtle is. Sigh. Sometimes it's difficult to not to have faith in Gaia's existence, but maybe to have faith that we can win.
How do you define winning?
Putting balance back in the triad.
Balance is a temporary concept. We are always in a state of fluctuation, change. So what may be balanced one moment may be completely imbalanced the next. It is a worthy goal, one that should constantly be strived for, but it will be a constant task to strive for. An endless journey. Because even if the worm is brought back into a sustainable or reasonable state, the Weaver and the Wild are also at odds. The Weaver very quickly overtaking the Wild over the past century. Some could say that's because of the worm's influence, but in reality, it's also the Weaver itself. And the Wild responds in its own way. If your goal is to achieve balance, you must appreciate every minor victory when balance is achieved. Because true lasting balance will never exist. Life doesn't work that way. The most serene sense of balance is in death.
What do you believe in fighting for?
Very complicated question. Or I should say, I have a very complicated answer. I fight so that the stories of those that came before can continue to be told. I fight for the sacrifices they made for a future they'll never get to see. At least not fully. I fight so that there is a future. But I also don't fear death or the worm. Because in its own way, it is inevitable, whether it's in balance or not. And unlike many of my brethren, I don't believe the worm can be destroyed. I think it's a fool's errand to try, because in the destruction of the worm, you are empowering the worm itself. Destruction cannot exist if there is no worm.
It's kind of like fighting fire with fire.
Exactly. I always respected what the stargazers were attempting to accomplish. I understood why they left, and I do not judge them for their desire to see balance restored. If I judged an individual for believing something impossible, I wouldn't be able to stand amongst most guru. because in their own way, they all believe something impossible.
Don't we have to?
Yes. That is what faith is. Making the impossible possible. We call upon faith to heal the sick. We call upon faith to preserve the dead. We call upon faith for many reasons. Some of them selfish. Actually, many of them selfish. But should we stop? No. Because if we lose faith, we lose our drive to continue forward. We lose our motivation, our willingness to even try. Pirano isn't an unwillingness to fight, it's an unwillingness to believe in that fight.
So, from your point of view, I guess Verano is the loss of faith.
Yes.
Does that
Faith.
mean Hoglask is the fanaticism?
Suppose so, yes. Although I also believe in its own way it's a loss of faith. Because it's a failing to believe that things can come in time. It's trying to control an uncontrollable outcome. Trying to force an ending. And while everything we do has an effect on the future, on what's to come, it will arrive when it's meant to arrive. It will arrive in due time, and no amount of rushing it is going to force it to get here. If anything, it's potentially working against itself.
Causing more problems than actually helping?
Yes. Could even be making it take longer to arrive. Because it fuels what we are trying to fight. But again, I don't sit in judgment of anyone who does fall to Hoglask. Frustration is a very natural emotion, and it's fueled even more so in being a guru.
How did you become a Silver Fang?
What in all the words I've said hasn't pertained to looking ahead and the future?
Fair.
To leading
All
by
right.
example.
That's fair.
Just because I don't believe I should sit on a throne or wear a crown or lead an army doesn't mean I don't lead. I just don't subject those who are unwilling to follow.
Okay, Shepard. Have you ever... I know I'm switching the subject, but have you ever been haunted by an ancestor?
No, this is going to sound very Falcon of me, but how do you define a haunting? One could say this is a haunting, he says, gesturing to all of the spirits walking around.
My first one was with me for months, very long time, almost a year, I think. And he was a ghost. He died when he and I were out doing something we probably weren't supposed to be doing. I got punished for it by my punishment was to eat a flower given by a natural spirit that gave me a glimpse of what he had to go through, except that he remained behind, and I had all his memories and thoughts for months with me.
How much of that was him and how much of that was you?
I started to lose track of what was what after a time. I mean, I could hear him talk to me. I saw him a lot. Kind of like a constant companion. But I remember things that definitely weren't my memories. Things he experienced.
Jester, you're a storyteller. In its own way, it's a form of empathy. You put yourselves in the shoes of the subjects that you tell stories about. That gives you a unique insight into those individuals, depending on how talented and connected to the subject you are. Now, I'm not dismissing the possibility that an ancestor was with you, or that they at the time were a spirit with unfinished business. But there is also a very strong part that could have been you. Whether it was your guilt, or your desire for revenge, or your hopes of honoring a sacrifice that was made. Stories can be lessons, for certain. They always are. Whether it's a warning of precaution, an omen, or just something to strive for. But a gift that the Galliards have is that they breathe life into a story. They make that story a living thing of its own. And in a way, those living things can continue to exist inside of them even when the story isn't being told. In a way, that's what ancestors are.
I remembered things that weren't even possible for me to know.
Were they things that actually happened?
I found stuff later on them. And then at some point, I wasn't able to. I went catatonic and he possessed me.
I hope you know that I'm in no way trying to discredit your experience, but hopefully showing you a new way to understand and look through it. Our ancestors are a part of us. Whether it's in their lessons and teaching or whether it's in their protection. But they are still manifested by us. And in that instance, you were in need of protection. And so as much as that entity was there, you called upon it just as much. It's what you needed at the time. You needed someone to stand strong when you felt weak. And in some way, I believe that that individual was an example of strength to you. Stability. Defense. But again, it's just as possible that it could have been a spirit that just simply was looking out for you. When there are those of us that are touched by or have the ability to see and commune with ancestors, we also open ourselves up as a vessel to them. But it is something that we are doing. You just may have not been aware that you were doing it at the time. You hadn't quite discovered control of that ability.
That makes sense.
If the ancestors had the ability to take us over at any given time, we would simply be bodies that the ancestors would be using to fight an endless war.
They'd never let us get anything done.
Oh, certainly. But I can't say for certain. I was not here at the time that it happened. I would need further evidence to give a completely accurate assessment. But I also believe, Jester Silvertongue, it is good to recognize your power. To take accountability for that power, good or bad, and what can come of it.
It's not really them, right? It's them in a way from the stories we tell and the way we remember them.
Yes. It is a reflection. Impression. In its own way, it is them. But if you are referring to them actively and knowingly being impacted by it, then no.
Look around. So, you've been here for about a month. And I don't know when you noticed them or not, but you've probably been studying them. Are they the same as the ancestors that you usually call, or are they different?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, to be completely honest, and why I'm so fascinated by it, because it isn't like what I would call. If I were to, from initial assessment, try and explain it, then yes, I would call it a haunting. But I believe haunting carries so much malicious intent, which this place does not have.
It's kind of good to get an outside perspective. We don't really know. To look around, look at him. So, we don't talk about it much, but the spirits here bound themselves to this place to protect it. They gave up their chances at whatever's beyond this afterlife, that when they died, they would, we like to call it, become trees and continue the fight.
It's very interesting. In a way, by its very nature, we bind ourselves to the earth when we commit ourselves to the ground for our materials to be rejoined with the earth itself to grow something new. But from what you describe, it seems like we not only, or you're not only binding your physical form, but your spiritual form as well. You're binding a form of sentience to the earth.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know exactly how it works. We've been trying to figure some of that out since we've opened the cairn.
You can actually see he gets a very bemused look on his face, as if to say, you're never going to figure it out because it's an unexplainable, it's this X factor that can never be truly, there's no scientific explanation for it. So to try and figure it out is to throw shit at a wall hoping it'll stick forever.
I'll look at his face and the expression he gets and just sigh, well, it was worth a shot. Thought maybe someone an expert in ancestors and the dead might have. Well, I mean, you've given some insight, so, but.
I think you believe in this place, it can be whatever you want it. And to try and truly define it is to stop having faith in it. Before man figured out why the sun does what it does, they believed it to be a god, or a mystical, unidentifiable, unknowable entity.
Multiple gods.
Well, yes. I'm trying to simplify it, but yes. They prescribed something undefinable to it. But as soon as science was able to define it, faith in it was lost. It just became a gathering of atoms and gases, ignited a star amongst many stars that celestial bodies move around. But in becoming a guru, we learned that it was more than that. That it did have a spirit, that it is an entity. So were they entirely wrong to attribute some unknown to it, some undefinable quality. No, it's just its impression or presence in this place that is explained. Just as a deer running through the woods can be explained scientifically, having been the passing on of genes and the evolution of one creature into another over time. And yet we have a deer spirit.
Suppose I'm just asking what a lot of people ask. What happens to us at the end?
A new story begins. What shape that story takes, there is no certain answer. In a way, they're all right and they are all wrong. Because we can't know until we're there. And to try and dictate to all what the answer is to be ignorant to the answer itself. Is to push forward some agenda for behavior or belief. But your belief is your own, and even if you follow all of the words that I say, our beliefs will be different. Our faith will be different.
Isn't that what we do, though? I mean, fighting for Gaia, fighting against the worm ascendant. Isn't that pushing forward our beliefs?
Yes.
So we kind of already do that.
We do. However, we also see tangible proof to the effects that the worm has and it being out of balance. An increase in illness, a strength in destruction, a great loss of life. I don't know if we're right, Jester Silvertongue. Because all things have to die, and maybe that includes Gaia. But I don't want to see it. And I don't want to bring it about. And I suppose that's what separates me from a Black Spiral dancer. I'm not committing myself to bringing it about. I don't believe her time has come yet. That doesn't mean it won't. I just believe it should come in due time, on its own time. Not because others have lost faith.
I take it means you don't agree with assisted suicide.
Why?
Isn't that not letting time?
That's deciding for themselves. Not for all living things.
That's fair.
If they believe their time has come, then it has come. But they have to truly believe it to go to such an extent. And I believe there are others who weren't given something to believe in when they needed it most. But those who are ill and their bodies are failing them, when suffering has reached an unnecessary level, an uncopable level, usually it's modern medicine that's keeping them suffering. And they should be allowed to go on their own terms.
I look to Turtle again and then look to him. Do you know what's about to happen?
I do.
What are your thoughts on that?
I'm conflicted. Not because I don't believe one who was brought to such an untimely end should be brought back, but it's more of an inner conflict. Because I know what Charles's destiny is supposed to be. I've known it his entire life. We all have. And if this is the course that destiny is going to take, then who am I to stand in its way?
But the king is dead. Like, how is that destiny supposed to happen?
What is a king other than one who others choose to or are forced to follow? A king is an idealizing of an individual and what they stand for. It is not defined by an object or a place. Any leader could be deemed king. King is just a title.
So you're saying it probably wasn't his grandfather.
Evidently not. Although maybe it was. Maybe his very being there is what caused all of this to happen. Challenging the idea of being king. Destiny is fickle and frustrating.
Yeah. It is.
I know what's about to happen, and if it's meant to happen, it will. This isn't, although I suppose it is, our version of shock paddles. But also, souls aren't meant to be rended the way his was. So there is a great deal happening that is out of what I would consider the norm.
Welcome to Tampa.
I'm honored to be here. And I hope
say that.
in whatever small way I can contribute.
You have already. And I say welcome to Tampa because what is outside the norm has become kind of the norm here.
Well, I wanted to give time to settle to help Samira get settled, as well as the others that came from Vermont. But now I'm looking outward once more for opportunities to volunteer, to give back, to continue to grant hope, which in its own way is a form of faith.
There is a place I know about, but I'd have to give you a warning about it first. I don't know how you feel about it. So there is a place called Tampa Ministries. They're non-denominational. They do a lot of charity work. Recently, a few months ago, they had some hardship happen to them, but they're picking themselves back up. The thing is, it's the ministries is connected to a cell of hunters. We have a odd relationship with them. They've aided us in things in the past, and we've aided them. But the ministries itself does a lot of good for the city, for the people in the city that need help.
It sounds like a worthwhile place to contribute. Giving back always comes with some danger.
I know. But I didn't want to just suggest it to you without you knowing what the whole situation is there.
Well, I also don't wish to stir up trouble for everything that you've been creating here. So I will be cautious in any approach, and I will follow your lead in whatever direction you believe is most beneficial to the cause here.
I'll talk to Aspen, see what she thinks, but I think, if you're looking for a place to be able to do outreach, that's a good place to start.
And I look forward to the possibilities.
I'm gonna go bug a spirit. Do you want to come with me?
I believe I'll remain here. I think you have a path that's been laid out before you. I'm just a stop along that path. But I will be close, should you need any of my guidance or expertise.
Okay.
He smiles again and gives you the same half bow from the waist, but remains giving you eye contact as if to be like, I'm doing this, but if you are uncomfortable with it, I will stop.
I'll bow to him too.
With that, he goes looking back out to the trees, continuing a slow lap around the cairn, observing all of the various spirits that are moving from location to location, pausing by those that seem to have gathered and are communing with each other. You turn to the large boulder that one day was not there and the next day was, after your journey into the dreaming. And as you approach, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
As you approach the boulder, you hear a long, echoing, almost like groan, come from the boulder itself, as if it's flexing and stretching. And in a blink of an eye, it goes from boulder to turtle. Still just looming, ever magnificent. And somehow, even in the earth, you can see how it's connected to all of the trees around it, as if there are roots coming from him itself out into the ground, stretching outward.
I'll kneel down kind of on my knees and pull out several fruits and vegetables and lay them in front of him.
See his large head lower to the fruits. You can hear him sniff a little bit before his jaw opens and he takes 2 or 3 of the fruits in one bite in, starts to chew on them.
Jester, silver tongue.
Hello, turtle.
Good evening. You are ready.
Good. I think we're almost done collecting all the pieces.
Then you wish to know what comes next.
I do.
Very good. I will tell you. Before the rite, the earth may be watered by the sacrifices. The sacrifices of life, the offering. But the last offering may not be given until the rite itself. At this time, the vessels that hold the shards of spirit must surround the ground where the seed lies. The spirit catcher will release the shards from the vessels and will begin to bind them together, sewing them one by one, making what was broken whole once more. On the other side, the life giver will call forth the last offerings and will ask for the significance of those offerings to be stated. This significance should speak of the connection of the offering and the one it is being offered to. And the last of the offerings is given. The seed will grow and rise once more. Given back from the earth. And while life will be breathed into that seed, it cannot truly live until the spirit is rejoined with it. And just like the shards, the spirit must be convinced. If there are pieces missing at the time the spirit is placed back in the body, should it choose to rise once more, it will rise without whatever is missing. And those pieces can never return again, as they will cease to exist. Do you understand so far?
Okay, so life force. Given along with a reason that what they're giving up is significant, right?
Why the one they are giving to is significant. Through song or explanation.
Okay. So one of the pieces that we gathered requested we leave a part of it behind. Are you saying that part that we left behind will cease to exist?
Would the rite be successful? Yes.
Okay. I think I understand at the moment. So, Spirit Catcher and Life Giver? Two different people?
Yes. Spirit Catcher is the only one who can unite the shards. Bring them back together once more. They must be strong in wisdom and knowledgeable in spirit.
So, a theurge, most likely.
Perhaps they are often called to such things.
And the Life Bringer?
The life bringer stands between what was and what will be. They speak the words. They bring back the essence of life into what lies below. The stronger the connection between that which rests and that which speaks will further ensure its success.
So, someone with a strong emotional connection to Charles.
And physical. For life is not just emotion.
Okay. I think I understand so far.
Once the spirit enters the body once more, the rite is not complete until the life giver tells a song of rebirth.
Okay.
On the completion of the song, if all goes well, he will re-emerge once more. But only with what I can offer, which is life and body.
Right. He won't be Guru.
I do not believe so, as that is not my gift.
At this point, during his talk, Jester had taken out her little notebook and is jotting down lots of notes of what he said. All right, I think I have enough to work with the others to begin putting this together. Is there anything else I need to know?
One cannot fulfill both tasks alone. No matter how strong they are, they must happen simultaneously.
All right, so two different people.
Soul catcher and the life bringer.
Got it.
This is not something that can be done easily. and has never successfully been done before.
Oh, cool.
This is why I caution. There must truth and strength in the life-giving and the life-bringing.
Very little in my life has come easily. Very little in others of this pack's life has come easily. So I don't think we're expecting easy, but we're gonna do what needs to be done.
I will ask you this question now. And I will ask again then. Would you do this, knowing that you may never be able to do it again?
Yes.
That may be true now, but I will ask again. Do you understand?
This is a once in a lifetime thing. From what I understand, you're saying this is not going to be able to be done for anyone again.
It is very unlikely, yes. Because I will be giving of myself as well. And I may not have enough to give again.
I still say yes.
Then the others must also.
I'll ask them.
And so must he.
I guess that will come in the convincing part.
Yes. This is why it has never been done before. And is not done easily.
We will ask the others, I guess, when it's time. But my answer will always be yes on this.
Very well. If there are no other questions, I must prepare.
I don't have any other questions right now.
Believe
I do.
in yourself, in your companions, and in him.
I do.
With that, the turtle gives off another long, low groan. You see as he scoops up all of the remaining fruits in his mouth before pulling his head into his shell and becoming the stone once more. But before you can completely depart, you hear one last thing.
I almost forgot. When the body rises, it should be ornamented with these sigils in these places.
And as you look on the surface of the stone itself, almost like cracks forming along the stone surface, you see the outline of a body. And then you see the sigil of Gaia upon the throat, the sigil of human flanked by spirit and wolf upon the chest, the spirit of the wild weaver and worm upon the stomach, the sigil of the umbra on the left arm, the sigil of the physical world on the right arm, and finally, the sigil of turtle upon the forehead.
I will copy these down as I look at that. Okay. Got it. Thanks.
With that, having gained the knowledge of the rite, the information necessary to pursue this course of action, and with a conversation with Brother Varga, what is Jester feeling?
Jester is feeling more hopeful than she has, and she is just putting everything she has into having faith in Turtle and Gaia and what Brother Varga spoke of about spirits. And she is just going to focus on preparing for this rite and gathering the rest of the shards. At that, she'll pick up her notebook and head towards Eliza, because she has a lot of questions on what some of this stuff could be, and she didn't really think that Turtle would be able to answer these questions properly.
So as Jester heads off to consult with the elder and mentor Stargazer, we transition to our next scene. Isidoro. In the bowels of a building that has been undergoing renovation for what seems a very absurdly long time, something that could be easily overlooked by passers-by, dismissing it as budget cuts or permitting restraints, sits the Rage Room, a fortress of concrete and brick, a marvel of the Weaver's majesty, reinforced to withstand a rampaging Guru, built to keep the sanctity of the veil and to prevent unnecessary harm. For the past couple of weeks, this has been the home of a guest, a prisoner by the name of Ricardo Estevez, a Guru with no tribe. Effectively, a cub, as the nation would call them, one who has not gone through their rite of passage to receive their tribe. But also an individual who's been responsible for a great deal of harm, whether directly inflicted or indirectly. Some of that harm has fallen upon a place that you hold dear, and in the intervening weeks since then, most of the repairs have been done. The members of the Defense Arts Academy are very, very generous in giving the funds necessary to ensure that the place is made whole once more. Also, having good insurance helps. So for the most part, it's back to the way it was. But the problem is, such events leave scars upon our minds, our memories. And while we might forgive, while we might move on, we very rarely forget something like that. It becomes an almost knee-jerk reaction to the idea of fear. When you're walking to work and you hear a siren go by, that's where your brain goes first, even though sirens are an ever-present part of the atmosphere that is Florida. That made it personal. So as you enter into the Rage Room, you've brought a few items with you to help make Ricardo's stay a little bit more comfortable, especially considering how forthcoming he was with the information that was asked for. But what is going through your mind at this moment as you go to speak to him?
Izzy's initial thoughts as he's made plans and eventually followed through to visit Ricardo here in the Rage Room have been grappling with his own angst on the attack on the St. Pete Defense Training Academy. Every part of him, as a Garu, very prideful, very defensive, very territorial, and yet a reason rings loud that Ricardo's probably not the one who's going to be deserving of all that vitriol. There's someone above him, someone who impressed him into a lot of this. And so less punishment, more teaching is sort of the final plan Izzy has settled on as he unlatches one of the last locks for the door, double checking his gym duffel bag that he has filled with all the shit he's brought. And as he begins yanking the heavy blast door open, he'll go, hey, how we doing?
You hear a slight sudden snort and shuffling as if Ricardo had been sleeping when you arrived, but as soon as the door starts grinding open, he sits up in the bed and starts rubbing his eyes and his forehead with the palms of his hands. Oh, hey. Isidoro?
You got it. Hey, I don't need to remember for you. Ricardo, how you doing? I hope I didn't disturb you.
Oh.
Kent, what time is it roughly?
Oh, I would say it's probably like mid-afternoon, but
Okay.
you've seen that cell, and you know that time is really hard to tell when the doors closed and the lights are off. Time just becomes an idea. So keeping any kind of schedule based off of light and dark is a little bit more difficult. It's more just a routine of meals. And you can actually see that it's likely he had finished lunch at least an hour, maybe a couple of hours earlier, due to the neatly stacked plates that are discarded on a table nearby. What you got there?
Oh, it's a surprise. And with that, he'll set the duffel bag on the table as he slides it around as if playing with a Christmas present.
You see him rub his throat, but you can see a smile on his face as he says, I don't know, I'm still reeling from your last surprise.
Well then, I will have to end the suspense as he begins zipping it open, and diving into the first, like the main cavity of the bag, he will go, and hold out a little bar speaker system, the sort of like mini ones that are probably like $50. And it has the little like latch for a music player. I don't know what Artie might have gotten him as far as
Probably a refurbished iPod, to be completely honest, preloaded with whatever music that's requested.
Yeah. As he sets it down, he'll slide it forward along with, and I assume the rage room has like a plug somewhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. He'll slide it forward with a charger as well, and goes, so we did a little bit of digging. We got a bunch of music we think you're able to like, but I was able to sneak on when Artie wasn't looking. A couple of my own tracks. I hope you enjoy the All-Togethers. A lot of experimental stuff. Help chill the room. I know with it basically being soundproof, it can be a bit maddening. So anything that stretches the definition of time, I think you'll enjoy.
Oh shit, I thought I was just taking a shot in the dark for asking for music. I didn't expect it actually to be brought. That's great. What'd you put on there?
Oh, like I said, experimental stuff. The All-Togethers, Mary Lattimore, vibe music, right? Stuff to help you zone out a bit, not be aware of the ticking of a clock, and we were sure to not have one in here because I've heard it can be maddening.
That is true. No, I appreciate it. I've never heard of them before, but anything to pass the time. Speaking of which, how much time are we talking still?
Until your release, or
until that man is gone?
It's not the kind of thing we can say we have an appointment for.
I suppose that's fair.
Yeah. However, Ricardo, I will let you know that we have been treating it as our number one responsibility. You remember how you told us about that other weirdo, the one with the fur coat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of our fellow werewolves managed to get in contact, and they are setting to close the noose. So, soon?
Well, I hope
I don't
they
know.
brought a few of them, because that guy's fucking crazy.
They're strong, so I have no doubt that they're going to be able to take him down a notch. It's just the people around that guy. You know, if that guy calls in more people, it might get a bit more numerical, but in the one-on-one, they can handle it.
All right. Well, that's good news. I'm hoping that it doesn't spook boss, I guess, away. But yeah, that's great. That's good to hear. I've been sleeping has been difficult here. It gets very dark, and that guy loved the dark.
Is there anything we can do to maybe spruce it up? I know I made mention of a clock, but having a clock without any sunlight can be a bit, you know. So, do you want a nightlight or?
When you live the way I've lived, a constant healthy state of paranoia is always there. Nothing to worry about. I'm sure it's fine.
Really though? Is there anything we can do? I know the music is probably going to go a long way, but I didn't come with just an MP3 player. And with that, Izzy will reach into the side pouches before there's a loud crinkling as he puts out a candy bar, a bag of chips, a soda, a canned coffee, and he's just like, I wasn't sure what you like, I got this spread.
Way better than I had in jail, so this is great.
Hey, yeah. I can't say I've been in jail for longer than like 3 days, but from what you made it sound like for your own personal experience, I'm glad at the very least we've eclipsed that standard.
I'm glad you haven't had to go back. I wanted to actually talk to you about something, and I'm glad that you're here.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to talk to you specifically. Eliza, that's the old lady, yes, Eliza?
Yeah, the nice old lady, yeah.
She told me that some of the things I'd done hurt you specifically, and I rubs the back of his neck as he tries to muster up the gumption, the courage to say, I'm sorry. I don't do things always thinking of who might get hurt by it, because you don't really have any other choice sometimes. You have to do what you have to do for one reason or another, and violence has been a part of my entire life. But part of what makes me realize how cowardly it is that we don't have to look in the faces of those that we hurt usually, unless we get caught. You've been nothing but kind to me when I gave you no reason to. And so, for whatever it's worth, I'm sorry, and if there's anything I can do to make it better, once I get out of here, if I get out of here, I'm in your debt.
I'm glad you said that, because I may have to pull on that favor one day.
It's yours. I mean, whatever good my word is, you have it. But in talking to Eliza and talking with Aspen and Jester and yourself, I understand that these actions, these choices, and this part I'm still wrapping my head around, but they impact things a lot deeper than just surface level. You know, I could easily excuse some of the chaos and destruction that was caused, thinking insurance will pay for it, the man will pay for it. But not everybody has insurance, and if we learned anything from the hurricanes a couple of years back, repairs don't come quickly, and I'm hurting more than just a building, if that makes sense. I'm still wrapping my head around it, but I don't want to hurt those that don't deserve to be hurt. One of the reasons that man got me is that he told me what we were doing would hurt those that deserved it. But once the riots got started, it's like a wildfire. There was no controlling where it went, who it hit. Everything around got impacted, and it felt so... I'd be lying if I said it wasn't exciting and exhilarating and there wasn't a lot of adrenaline, but also...
Like you were built for it, right?
More than you know. Well, I guess you would know. But it also felt so reckless.
That's going to be a common theme when you find out more about your heritage, however you want to term it. Still, I am glad to hear that you've been, at the very least, introspective about your previous actions. That was my number one fear. Obviously, I had a bit more of that fun that you were referencing when we had our showdown backstage. But after that settled, I also had to do a bit of digging. Because I wasn't sure how I wasn't sure how you would be deserving of what I might treat you like, if that makes sense. And I'm glad that for the both of us, we seem to have taken the kinder path. As for your previous actions, I'm a little curious. I know you said it's been about, close to 2 years? You've been what you are, aware of it?
Yeah.
Not long ago, though, you tried joining the St. Pete Defense Training Academy. We had an application process, and that was one of the reasons why I was able to get on your trail.
Never leave a paper trail.
Was there a reason why you wanted to get in? Was that part of the plan of your boss at the time?
No, that was... I always had a short temper. Then I knew that short temper could do real bad things. I wrecked my trailer once because I stubbed my toe. So I got this feeling it'd be good to have an outlet of sorts, but because of my past, and I get it, opportunities weren't as easy to find. And having your past thrown in your face every time you try to get a job or you try to do anything, really, I got angry, and I didn't do anything too far, but I could feel it coming, and so I got out of there as quickly as possible. I didn't try to state my case or anything because I didn't want to kill anyone. That was kind of one of the caveats of the riots for me, is I didn't want to kill anyone. I just wanted to, cause a little social disorder. And yeah, I left and didn't go back.
Would you be surprised to learn that I happen to be a teacher at that place?
Yes and no. I would have thought maybe at least you were a client, but with how personally you took it, I would assume there was a connection there. I might have thought you owned the place, honestly.
It's more a collective establishment. Still, though, I can't guarantee you're going to be going to classes starting right now, but once things hopefully blow over, as a first step, I'm willing to offer you the chance to come down to the academy, get a little bit of training in, get a little bit of anger management in, because one of the things that was not adequately explained to you, and it's by no means your fault, no one was there to teach you, but especially for the man who was commanding you, Ethan. What you are. And at that, Izzy has this moment where he's trying to figure out how much of the game he has to give away. I'm just gonna stick with basic parlance here. You're gonna hear it from all the other werewolves. We are Garu. And even the calmest of us is capable of unleashing fury unlike anything your average person has ever seen. And I don't mean just the big, tall, scary mode, right? I mean chatting like this. We bite our tongue wrong, we snarl when we don't mean to. It's going to send people into a tizzy. And for the Garo, we call it the curse. There's plenty of other names, but just know that that anger you felt, that restraint you felt to leave during the application process is a moment of wisdom for you. I know it's sour grapes, not a very good consolation prize, but it's something that, Ricardo, if you notice it and act on it, you are far and above the average Garu recruit I've seen. That is something I'm willing to give you props for.
It is something I'm grateful to my upbringing for. I got in a lot of fights as a kid.
Yeah.
And when you're part of a biker gang, if you can't take some jabs, then they make sure you pay for it, and you don't get to be a part of it. And so I've got pretty thick skin overall, but just feels different. There's getting mad, and then there's getting mad.
Yeah.
And like I said, if I get in a fight, I like a fair fight. Everybody does. And if you leave the other guy worse than you, that's all well and good. But when it's just someone doing their job, or just someone making a choice that even if you don't agree with, it seems bad, I guess, to go to that kind of length with them. And I also knew, at least from books and movies, that they found out what I was, it was going to make things a lot worse for me. I had to keep my head down because, like I said, I had already gotten shot once by some girl who I still don't understand how she knew what I was, just by looking at me.
I don't know either, but that's something I think we're going to have a little discussion on, at least further down the line. For now, I'm more interested in getting to know you a bit better. So, St. Pete Defense Training Academy application didn't go well. You restrained yourself, which is good.
And then the
biker gang.
dumpster out back.
Yeah. For the biker gang, we have a bit more information on that, at least as far as your previous membership. Why did you not make the jump? Why did you stay with the Mongol Raiders and not move on?
So that's a little bit more complicated. I respected Ryder. I even idolized Ryder. Because Ryder took action. He did things. He just had this fight in him. This fight for I don't know, just to do something. You hear a lot of talk, you see a lot of talk, a lot of people talking about making a change, making a difference. And it didn't feel like the club was making a difference anymore. It felt like they were bringing in all these rules and outsiders, which now I'm realizing who those outsiders were and how deep that well goes, but it just felt like it wasn't a brotherhood anymore. It felt like it was just an open door policy of playing nice and inactivity. And again, in hindsight now, it's easy to see why, but then it just didn't make sense. And I already had this secret after Ryder died, and I changed. This was the only sense of family I had left. I didn't want to be family with a bunch of strangers. I didn't want a lawyer and just all this other bullshit coming in. And I found a kindred spirit in Razor. He was the one who stepped up after Ryder died more than Bruce. And so when he said he was leaving, I was leaving. He got it. But also they had fewer qualms about certain trades, drugs, that kind of thing that I didn't necessarily agree with, but I also understood that we were taking a pretty big hit by going solo and that we would need work, and that maybe over time I could maybe make some change on the inside, but I stood by my family. 'Cause that's what families do. And this change they were talking about, these things they wanted to do, it just didn't feel right at the time.
And knowing what you know now, are you happy with that decision?
It's not about happy. It's about loyalty. I probably would do the same thing again, no lie.
Okay.
Those are my brothers. And just because they take the wrong turn or go down the wrong road doesn't mean that I abandon them. You know, family can grow apart and eventually come back together. But I didn't have any reason to trust them. They just started showing up and hanging out, and Riders started caring more about them and their attention than us, and it felt like a betrayal. And then Ryder was dead because he'd done a job with them. And knowing what I know now, I probably would have put up a little bit more of a fight, but if Razor and them still decided to leave, I probably left with them. So, yeah.
Were you
Probably would have
aware?
tried to convince them to stay if I were able to say, hey, we got fucking werewolves here. Maybe it's good to be on their good side and not piss them off. But, you know, I'm not allowed to say that. So
Were you aware that Ryder was one of us?
not until after I changed, after he was dead.
Yeah. He had a history, as was told to me secondhand. Amongst us, in the same way that you said you felt a lot of rage, there are those who find that rage leads them a bit harder than normal. That's the only thing you could ever think about. What to do next? What next to hit? What next to tear? But unfortunately, happiness, purpose, life, whatever you find holy doesn't spring forth from just destruction. You need to create something too. And I don't know about Razor. I don't know your history with him. I won't badmouth him. But I can tell you right now, Ricardo, if you're going to be fully aware of what you are now, you're going to need a bigger calling than just family. You're going to need something that's going to ground you to qualities of the world you didn't even dream of. And I'm not going to talk to you about Gaia. Eliza is going to be covering that, I'm sure, but there are elements of your strength now that necessitate a level of responsibility that can't be selfish as, oh, they were chill with me. You need to understand when things are being unjust, unfair, wrong, maladjusted. Because if you are acting on bad instinct, just like how Ethan was able to command you, I want you to think about what would happen if Razor decided to use your strengths for the drug trade. Imagine the kind of hurt you would perpetuate with what you have. You understand my meaning?
I think so. Yeah. It's funny, you're talking like Uncle Ben. Great power, great responsibility, blah, 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 blah.
Careful, I might be dead soon.
Hope not. What does that mean for me?
Life goes on, man.
Mhm. I get what you're saying, and I guess I have to see the whole picture first. That's a little bit harder, because you all sound crazy coming in here talking about Gaia and spirits and Mother Nature and blah blah, but I'm willing to learn. That's why I got into this whole mess in the beginning, was someone told me they'd finally tell me what was going on and why it mattered and all of that. They said they'd make sure I was making a difference. And I've never felt like I make a difference. I've just tried to survive. That's all that mattered.
You sound like another Garu I know that you might want to talk to. The one who made this mixtape, mind you.
Oh.
Artie.
Oh, is he the guy with the glasses who comes in here wanting to talk about feelings and shit?
Yep.
Fucking nerd.
What do you think we're doing right now, huh?
Yeah, but he's got that eye of like, if I had a notepad, I'd be sitting on a chair with my legs crossed, just writing things down as you talk.
Yeah, he's clinical about it. I believe he was slated to be a psych something or rather, some shrink thing. I don't remember the exact details, but he dresses the part, right? Not
the vest and the rolled up sleeves, like, let's get to work on unpacking all of your mother issues.
He show you his car?
I have not been outside since you guys put me in here, so no.
Okay, he'll be talking about the car. No, the car is alive. As another thing to look forward to.
All right. Since we're talking about the future,
mm-hmm. What do you got?
I haven't had a lot of what you'd call jobs, and most of the jobs I had weren't exactly the kind you put on a resume.
Yeah. Before this most recent job I had at the St. Pete Defense Training Academy, I was in your exact boat. I had my change when I was like 16, and then after that, I was straight into the Garu business. So, skills on my job application could not be elaborated on.
Well, if I get out of here, when I get out of here, trying to be optimistic, I worked for a while as a roofer. So if
That's
you
something.
have any connections in construction or anything like that, I'd like it. I don't know how far your reach goes.
You know, I don't have any construction requirements, but I know of a pack who might. How familiar are you with Ebor?
As familiar as everybody else. It's a great place to party on the weekend.
There's a bunch of other wolves that might need renovation assistance. I'm not certain on how far along they are, but assuming everything works out with Ethan, that might be your first job, my man.
Well, I mostly did freelance roofing, HVAC, electricity, wherever they needed an extra hand. I'm not
HVAC
licensed
includes
or
air conditioning?
Well, that's the AC of HVAC, yeah.
Then I know just the Garu for you to chat with.
Speaking of which, you guys thinking about getting any, central air in here or anything? This is, gets a little sweltery.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast, pun intended. As you are well aware, the war form, the big werewolf form, is quite destructive. And so if we have like a vent system, that might be a point of escape. Not to say you would escape, but just for the kinds of people, the kinds of things we put in here, we kind of only need one way in or out. We can maybe get you a electric one, one of the small standalone. In fact, I'll probably put that on the list if you need anything else, but
even just a box fan.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, been looking around this place, and I'd be lying if the first couple of days I didn't try to break out with the car, but they did a good job on this one. This is definitely werewolf jail.
Built from experience, from what I've been told.
That makes sense. Well, hey, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Listen, Ricardo, this feels like the third time I'm saying it. I'm sorry this is sort of the way you have to be inducted into what you are, but scenarios and circumstances sort of dictate this level of containment. And as much as I would like to offer you the chance to go outside with the current levels of danger,
I get it.
I don't know if people have made themselves known, but know that more than me and more than the faces you've seen giving you food or coming to chat with you have been keeping an eye on this place. We're not messing around.
Well, it's familiar. As much as I hate to say that, it's not anything I haven't experienced before. So I'm good. I just I'm surprised really how accommodating y'all are being. I was expecting a little bit more hostility, to be honest. So it's a refreshing change, and got the music and some snacks there, and it's really kind of you.
Yeah. Listen, I don't want to say we know what it's like. I'll be the first to admit, by most of the other Garu I've met, you are a unique case. And I'm not talking about 2 years without meeting another Garu who's willing to give you the time of day. I'm talking about specifically your upbringing. in and out of prison is already a lot to deal with, even without the werewolf aspect. And you having a chance to accept this lifeline is a major mark to your character. Do you
I'm gonna
mind if
try.
I... That's why we're still chatting. That's why I still want to help you. I know you said life was hard for you. I don't know what your home life was like when you were younger, but at least for me, you know, my dad was an immigrant. My mom, you know, local near Buffalo. And when they got together, life was hard but good, as I'm sure many families can attest. And then 2008 happened, people lost jobs, and my dad ended up getting sick from years of factory work, smelting specifically. And when I had my first change, home life was not great. And I don't know what you were doing when you had your first real moments of freedom, but for me, the first thing I did was distract myself. I found other ways to keep busy, other people to entangle myself with, anything to stay away from that dysfunction. And it worked for a while until, like you, the werewolf came a knocking, and at that point, everything was detached.
Gang life was one of the only ways to survive. If you were fortunate enough to get out, you got out.
Yeah.
But the only other way to get by was to hook up with someone who could protect you. And Madre was around some of the time. She came and went. She was either working or blowing off steam, I guess. And brought a variety of new dads home over the years, but none of that mattered. I was really just looking up to my brother. And he got in with a gang, and I got in with a gang, and one thing led to another, and then that gang became a biker gang, and then I couldn't even really be there as much as I liked after the change and everything. I tried to do just enough to stay around and be part of it and not make them think that I bailed, because that's also bad. But I guess I would say I was raised by my brother.
Where's your brother now?
Leading the Raiders. Razor's my brother.
Okay.
Well, half brother, but it's the same. Through my mother. Brother.
Izzy's really considering his words carefully, because he does not want to throw this human connection under the bus. However, as he looks down at maybe like the corner of the table, he'll roll a tongue over one of his teeth before going, "What would you hope for your brother in this case?"
The same thing I hope for him every day. To see another day.
It's more to life than just surviving, you know.
Not
Gotta
for
have
people
dreams,
like me.
right? None of that talk here, mister.
Not now, but for the longest time, that was it. Get to live another day, not having to deal with another injury or wonder where you're going to eat next or hoping you have a home to come back to. They didn't change the locks and decide you're not worth the time anymore. That is the dream. I guess my dream was to find someone else like me, and look how that ended up. The first one I found decided to apparently use me to burn the whole city down.
Yeah. Are you still in
Dreams are-
contact?
With Razor?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably freaking the fuck out, assuming I'm in a ditch somewhere.
We can get in contact with him.
I wouldn't. He'd come looking, and he would not stop until he found me. And that's a whole hornet's nest you don't want to stir up. Not right now. I'll reach out to him when I'm out, so I can at least calm that side of things down.
Okay. Okay. Ricardo, it's been nice talking to someone new. I hope you can at least mind the intrusion and the constant questions from me. I've been trying to get a pinpoint on you, and I like what I see.
Glad that it's been talking and not beatings. When someone would come knocking at your cell unexpected and inside, it really never ended well. So
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing what they did to you. I'm not doing what they did to me.
I appreciate that more than you know.
Think about your dreams, man. Think about more than surviving, because I get the feeling there might be a couple of questions due in the future that you are going to need some deep-seated answers for.
Right now, my dream is to see the sun again. But once that happens, then I'll start thinking a little bigger. Thanks for the music and the snacks and the chat. It gave me a lot to think about and feel a little bit safer right now.
Like I said, once we get this Ethan thing sorted,
That's his name,
we're going to get you out.
Ethan?
Ethan.
I thought Artie was a nerd.
Ooh, I'm going to tell him you said that.
Good, he'll probably ask me if I had a bad experience with someone named Artie in the past and I'm taking it out on him.
Oh, he's going to ask you if he reminds you of his dad or something like that, right? Like,
I
problem
didn't know
with
my
authority
dad,
figures.
so on him.
Hey, that's going to be a perfect landmine for the two of you to discuss.
I appreciate you. And come back again sometime before this is all done. We'll talk some more.
Ricardo, you are among my top priorities right now. I want you to know that for us, whether it be Aspen or Jester, Jason, it is a thing that werewolves in this area are trying to try a different path. Because it might not have been locked in a jail cell, but a lot of how the other Garu might have acted with a new recruit like yourself would have been very familiar territory, if you know what I mean. And I'm not trying to hype us up as the nice ones, because
No.
we were going to have a lot of training, but
No, I get it.
kinder.
I mean, gangs are gangs, no matter what shape they take, no matter what they call themselves. And you got to be tough to be in a gang, and there's only one way to find out how tough you are.
Maybe we can put that toughness to better use than selling drugs and extorting random people, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. So as the conversation winds down, and as Ricardo thanks you a couple more times before you head on your way, what is Izzy feeling now after the conversation, after this apology and getting to know Ricardo a little bit better?
Izzy sees the potential of like a new hope in Ricardo. Young Ascaru, by experience at the very least, maybe not in age, but the chance to apply Aspen's dream of a new nation is fresh and ideal, and that is creating so much pressure for Izzy that he's almost buckling under the expectation he's both imagining as well as placing upon himself. However, as with all pupils, it is not clear skies. Izzy recognizes that a lot of his motivation, a lot of his prior experience is rooted in a lot of that toxic aspect of power dynamics, masculinity. He still has great admiration for his brother, whose main cause, as far as he's aware, for leaving the gang was so he could keep selling drugs. So that's kind of a little bit of a weighted moment. However, for the most part, Izzy is on a positive outlook that with enough time, and definitely once the Ethan question has been laid to rest, there's going to be chance for growth and a chance for Ricardo to define himself outside of his own conceptions of what he can be.
A new opportunity, a second chance, is a concept that is very fluid, because what are they getting a chance at? A second chance at life, a second chance to be a better person. And for somebody who feels like they've wasted all their second chances, or somebody who feels like a second chance is an impossible dream to reach for, it's a little bit harder to accept. It's a little bit harder to come to terms with and to truly believe in. So it does make the task of convincing someone like Ricardo that this is a chance that they can take, that it's allowed, that it's okay. But through mutual experiences, understanding, and forgiveness, you're more likely to find success than you would in any other situation. And Isidoro's actions on this particular day prove that. All you need to do is to get rid of that pesky threat that seems to be clawing at the door around the city, whatever keeps Ricardo scared and keeps him from going outside. But you've got people on that. And with that, we transition to our final scene of the first half of tonight's story. Aspen, you're a stargazer. How's it been for you this past week or so, ever since being brought into Libra's very mysterious and unknown embrace?
It's been an interesting journey to walk. That piece that kind of feels a little bit empty is filled. But it's so much more philosophical than she had previously thought. But that's Aspen. Aspen thinks she knows things, and when she doesn't, it gets a little jumbled in her brain. But trying to walk this balance and what that really means. She's so used to things being clear cut, and when they're not, she's gonna find the answer, and it's that simple. But when it's philosophical and it's in every step, every turn you take is another question, it's a new experience for her, and she's trying to make sure she stays grounded in it and doesn't let her mind pull her in several different directions as to what it means. But in a lot of ways, it's fascinating how clear and different thought processes can be, moving with this idea that nothing is a clear answer, but there's always a way to move within uncertainty.
How is Aspen viewing the situation of approaching Anastasia with this new lens placed in front of her? Has it changed at all, or is it still the same?
There's still a bit of weariness, not knowing what her intentions are. They haven't had interactions since Vermont, and Vermont left a lot of a bad taste in her mouth in a lot of ways, but Anastasia was moving in a way that is concerning. But there's also the other side of it, of the fear of the not knowing and what that can make people do. So she's trying to remind herself that there are reasons. They're not excuses for what she did and how she moved, but there are reasons, and that she can relate to in some ways.
It's interesting and almost kismet that Aspen would become a stargazer, as she has had these elements of balance in her life all along. Whenever she would find herself in an unsteady situation, at least for these past 3 years, she's looked to one of her primary sources of balance, Artie. Whenever she felt unsure of what to do or felt too far gone on one path, she could always find her way back to the center by talking to him. Even more so ever since his return, when she saw what life was like without him for several months. So on this evening, after hyping yourself up to finally have that conversation with Anastasia, who has been very reclusive, almost xenophobic ever since arriving here. And not from a place of superiority, but just from a place of staying distant. Maybe remorseful, maybe just suspicious. It's unknown, because before now you haven't tried to find out, even though you've wanted to. Everything else going on with Charles and these riots in Tampa, and now Ricardo. It's always just too much to do. But as you arrive at the cairn this evening with Artie, he puts his hands on both of your shoulders, and he looks you in the eye and he says, "You ready for this?"
Yes. I think yes is the right answer.
I want you to try something. If you were told you were going to lose everything, if you let something else happen, what would you do? What lengths would you go to? What extremes?
I think it's not a question you can really answer if you're not in the middle of it. Because right now, if you ask me, I wouldn't sacrifice everything I believe in just to hope that I still had stability in whatever I thought was supposed to happen. But I understand what you're saying. I do.
Just make some room for that. Give it some space, some thought. And even if you can't understand it, understand that it could be possible. You know, in school, they always said, put yourself in other people's shoes, practice empathy. That's how you're a good therapist, is like understanding, but maintaining a sense of self, having distance, but also being in it, I guess. But it's a lot easier said than done because we're not talking about human situations here. We're not talking about matters of privilege, although I guess in a way we are. Guru privilege. But I've been watching for the past couple of weeks since we got back, and I don't think I've seen Katerina and Anastasia cross paths once. I think she's rightfully mad at her mom and the world for everything she's lost. Katerina, that is. And that's got to be hard for a mom. Forget all the guru shit. Forget all the... She's still a mom. She was still a wife.
I also get that fear, that unknowing changes people and makes people move in ways that they don't expect. They wouldn't expect until they're in the middle of it. And so I empathize with that part of it. It's well, her husband, her daughter was there, and fearing for the people you care about, I'm sure, is a hard one to see through the fog of. So I kind of get it.
I also know you're dealing with the whole Matthias thing.
Yeah.
Take a minute to let some of that out before you go into this, because you know, the last thing you need is to get triggered by something.
No, I've been thinking about things a lot the last week or so. I don't know if I really blame them for that. Exactly. I know that it was a piece of it, but I think you lose yourself for that long and you come back and you hear all the terrible things that happened. It's hard for anybody to take, and it doesn't necessarily, if it wasn't Vermont, it could have been anything.
Yeah. He's having to learn that his body did things that his mind would never have done. That's terrible. And also, we're going to have to cross the bridge of him knowing that that entity responsible for all that is still around. That he's not allowed to just do whatever he wants to it.
Yeah, this balance thing is hard work, Artie.
But if there's anybody who's addicted to hard work,
It's true. Yeah, Hashugut's a whole nother thing. I don't know. It literally is a balancing act, right? Of showing compassion and mercy for a spirit who did terrible things. But also genuinely, I think genuinely wants help. And we've not denied that before.
but it's
And
also
then-
okay to be mad about it.
Furious.
Yeah. I don't know what all of this new you entails, but you are still a person, and people are allowed to have feelings. Feelings aren't a disruption of balance, I guess. It's what you do with them. Let them control you or overwhelm you or whatever the case may be, but you're still allowed to feel them. And if you're not, then that's... I'm not sure that's any better than Falcon.
Yeah, can tell you honestly, I'm so furious. And if it wasn't for the position we're in right now, I don't know how much I would have let anything happen. If it was up to me, I think Hashugut would have been destroyed. I still think about it. How much easier it would be. But then there's the idea that the situation that we are in, everything that's going on, well, it complicates things a lot.
Yeah, but even if we weren't in this situation, it would complicate things. It's not black and white. It rarely is. It'd be a lot easier if it was. If anything, I would say the idea of a black spiral dancer makes it pretty clear what we have to do. That's not the case with all these other things. It's not the case with Hashugut or with Anastasia or with Thias or any of it. It's complicated.
With Charles.
I think that goes without saying. Do you regret any of it?
I think I regret not seeing it sooner. When it comes to Matthias, I mean.
Get that? How could you have? I think he had us all fooled. I don't think any of us were suspicious or on the trail. He was doing what he usually does, staying very distant and giving what was believed to be words of wisdom.
Yeah. It's another reason I'm so angry. He did such a good job of hiding it.
He was scared, I'm sure. Scared of being found. And also angry. And that's a dangerous combination. But I think he's a different kind of scared now. Because he doesn't understand why you would be as benevolent as you are. Why we would offer, he gestures down to his arm where the marking is, and he kind of self-consciously rubs at it. Why we would offer him that chance. But that's why we're great. That's why we're succeeding, even if it feels like failure.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just sometimes. Well, I guess it's just making sure we make the right decision. That's the hard part.
The right decision is the one we make with as much as information as we can have at the time that we make it. The repercussions of that decision are out of our control for the most part. I mean, we just got to do the best we can. When it doesn't go our way, we've got to learn from that, be better the next time, if we get a next time. And lucky for us, it seems we keep getting next times.
Impossibly so.
Possibly so. Gives your shoulders a squeeze and then moves down to your hands, taking hands and hands. Just like you've always said, the weight can't be all on one person. it's not all on you. You are not alone. This is happening to all of us, and you're going to see a variety of reactions to that, a variety of impulses and choices, including your own. So I guess your patron would say, find the middle.
Yeah. It's just rough. It's just a lot all at once.
Well, we all will live and die by your choices willingly. Because there's nobody here that questions whether you make it with them in mind. And if they do, they're new and they'll figure it out eventually.
Try not to make the choices anymore. At least, not just me. I think what I'm learning is I want everybody to be able to have an equal say in those choices. I know right now, because of everything that's going on, we need a leader, because if not, people from the outside might look at that as weakness. I don't know. But I don't think I want that to happen for very much longer.
I mean this with all the love in the world. Tough titty. They're going to look to you to lead no matter what. You're strong, you're confident, you're capable. And even if you don't want to be the one with the final call, I think you're always going to be the one with the final call. Because you're building something new for a future, but people have to stop relying on something old. And that takes time. That whole Rome wasn't built in a day thing. They're gonna still think of you as the leader, even if you stop calling yourself it, even if you stop doing it. So I think it's a good idea to keep that idea in your head. But I would say be prepared for the reality that it's not going to go that way.
Oh, I know it's not going to happen anytime soon, but I also think there's something to be said about practice what you preach. And I don't think a whole nation can be run by one person.
Well, I think one of the best ways you can do that is by not being the parent we all had. Because I said so. If you make a decision, make the decision in a way that you can explain it. Hear them out. Always give them room to speak and to listen. And when you make that decision, address what it is they said. Because if there's anything I learned from Vermont and from reading over past grievances and gatherings, it seems like the case was that they just did not feel heard. That's what they got upset about. That's what drove them away. It's not necessarily that the decisions didn't go their way. It's that they just didn't get addressed. But the Silverfangs always knew best and would hear no other argument. They'd hear it, but they wouldn't listen to it.
Right.
Lucky for you, you don't have to worry about that anymore. That bias hanging over you, you're going to get a whole brand new bias.
I got a brand new one. Yep.
Brainwashing cultist.
They were calling me that long before I changed tribes.
That is fair. It's not that big of a leap, is it?
No. It's kind of the same.
We will figure this out. One bite at a time. We helped Eliza. We'll find a way to help Matthias. Charles is apparently coming back, which hey, I'm really happy for Jester.
Charles is great.
I know. He's just like the anti-me.
There's only one Artie, so you know.
No matter how he dresses. We'll get through it. Don't keep looking at the big picture. Judge it situation by situation. You always were looking so wide, and that can be overwhelming when all those things are stacked up all over the place. Let's just take it a step at a time. We know the dancers are on the horizon. We know we're going to have to face that, but we need to get our house in order first. So let's start here.
Yeah, but I think there's something to be said about looking at both and seeing how both interact with each other.
All right, Miss Balance.
Like I said, I'm learning some things. I don't have it all figured out yet, but
You're going to
talk to-
drive some of these other people so crazy with your, this or that, but also think about this. It's going to be great. I'm going to get so many people coming to me. I'm so proud of you. Every time you make the hard choices, but you stand on your principles above all else. And I am lucky to be included in those principles. And I'm always with you, no matter what.
wouldn't be able to do any of it without you. I can promise you that.
So, who wants to go look a gift whore in the mouth?
Before we go, we have a timeline. We're gonna have to get married by the end of the year.
What? You know it's August, right?
Yep. I'm looking at the present, not just looking at the future.
I refuse to have a backyard solo cup wedding.
Your found sister is requesting it.
Fuck. All right. Well, if she's willing to put it together and make it look nice, then, some of us have day jobs.
I think with our powers combined, we'll make it happen.
True words have never been spoken. I can't wait.
Me too. But yes, gift whore in the mouth, as you say.
Let's do it. He takes your hand and starts walking over towards the gathering of RVs. But as soon as he gets close, he kind of falls back a little bit just to give you a little bit more, leadership vibes, a little bit more confident looking and a little less informal as you approach the RV where Anastasia Volkova is staying. Almost immediately, you can notice that kind of just cold air about it. It's not physical. It's not real. It's just a vibe that you get. It's a vibe you've always gotten when in her presence, approaching her, trying to talk to her. But it feels different. It doesn't feel as biting cold. It's more like just a subtle underlying chill. But as you approach the door and you knock, a few moments later, the door opens and you can see Anastasia really is an opposite of the Anastasia you remember when she was put together wearing very fancy, well-detailed clothing, carrying herself with such confidence. She's still dressed reasonably in a button-up shirt and a loose blazer. Looks like stuff from the thrift store, which already in its own right is showing her displeasure. Her hair is done up in a bun, but you can see that there are a couple of loose strands that are starting to fall their way out of it, and she looks exhausted. Haunted, even. Like there's a hollowness in her eyes, but not the same that kind of matches someone who's struck with Hirano. This is someone who just witnessed something terrible. And maybe even deeper than that, someone who witnessed the thing that they thought they had prevented still happen. Miss Weiss, he just leaves the door open and turns and goes further into the RV.
Aspen instinctually gets rigid, going into leader mode, very much wanting to keep it as professional as possible. Kind of bites at her cheek and then walks in a little bit and tries to drop it just a tidge.
She looks like she has made the best of this situation. You can see that she's taken some secondhand kind of gauzy curtains and put them up around the bed, which is basically just like the camping bed that is in most RVs. She's cleaned it. It is very clean. Everything is put away or in its proper place, but it's a camper. It's got still that rustic charm no matter what she does to try and prevent it. And she moves over and sits at one of those fold-out tables with the little benches. And you can see that this has probably been where she's been most days. It's just sat upon this bench, waiting for something that's likely never to come, an answer for all of it. But being a follower of Falcon as long as she has been, that's par for the course, baby. She holds out a hand, as is polite, across from her to the other bench and says, "Please, what can I do for you?"
I've come to check on you and see how you're doing after everything.
Is that really the reason, or are you checking to make sure I'm not going to destroy everything you've built here?
I think both can be true.
Miss Weiss, they have no reason to undermine you. Just like you had no reason to save me. I gave you no reason to save me. And I still can't even understand or begin to understand why you did.
You're still a person. You still matter, regardless of the choices that you made. Couldn't just let you die there.
It would have been no less than I deserved. It was a moment of weakness that I asked for any kind of help.
I'm glad you did. Because it was an opportunity to see that people care for each other, and it's not just about what they want from one another. And like I said, when you were in that room, mercy isn't weakness.
Seeing the way things turn out, I wonder if it was mercy that caused all this. We were all so certain that Jonas had dispatched of Zizek. We all lived under that belief all these years. If he had done what he was supposed to have done, how could she still be here? Jonas was always... I swear, he was the greatest of us and the worst of us. And if I had known it would have led to all this, I would have challenged him myself a long time ago. Not that my husband would have let me.
I think the king was... I guess it depends on which way you look at it. It's a cautionary tale or a tale of hope. He, at the end of the day, was just a guru trying to do his best, just like the rest of us.
Just like the rest of us. I feel like it is only appropriate to apologize for my treatment of you and your companions in Vermont, for whatever good that was.
I appreciate it, but you absolutely need to apologize to Jester Silvertongue for the way she was treated by your court while she was there. I, as a fellow Silverfang, was actually not treated much different than the rest of you, but that's because of the status I had walking into that building. Whereas others who don't brand the same tribe get treated the way one of mine was treated. And I don't think that's okay. And I think that needs to be rectified. You're absolutely correct.
I can do what you ask. I will do what you ask. I am your guest, it is only proper. Jester Silvertongue came to the court representing everything we feared. She was, in my mind, a threat to my daughter and my daughter's ascension and everything we had done for her her entire life, good and bad. And one thing I will not apologize for is protecting my family. But that does not mean I need to be crude or cruel.
Not what I would be asking you to apologize for. I understand wanting to protect the people you care about. I do. It's a weakness and it's a strength, depending on how you use it, but I just hope that you could, in time, apologize for the way that others were treated, regardless of your beliefs.
I said I will do what you ask. I do have a question, if you will enlighten me. Who's to, as I have no right to ask anything of you.
Absolutely. You can ask me whatever you'd like.
She looks at you with those haunted eyes, long, and you can actually see a little bit of a sharpness to her gaze momentarily before it dulls again. Why did you turn your back on him?
You're speaking of Falcon?
Well, you said Silverfang to Silverfang, but that's no longer the case, is it?
No, it's not.
Why?
Full transparency, I couldn't stand behind the beliefs of the tribe, seeing firsthand how my tribe treated others, walking into Vermont and seeing that, and I know that's just a small snippet of it, but it was, in my opinion, disgusting. And I say that just to be honest and candid with you, not to be disrespectful.
I think your displeasure towards the court was very apparent.
Well, then.
But I don't... That's not why I'm bringing it up, and
I also...
honestly, in retrospect, it's easy to see why you would feel the way you felt. But
I hated seeing how a prophecy was tearing people apart without the information needed to make a choice, a logical needed choice in those moments. A spirit who could have helped, knew more than we did, chose to watch it happen instead of help its tribe and its people.
I understand. I'm quite angry with Falcon myself, but I could not imagine turning away from him.
I understand that, and I don't blame you for your connection. That's your own personal connection for you to have.
What if he just didn't have the answers or the information?
You believe that?
I don't know. I'd like to.
That's not for me to sway you one way or the other, but there was definitely something that could have been done, more that could have been said. And it wasn't. And I know Silverfangs are leaders, and that should be respected. And leading without all the answers, or trusting to be led without all the answers, is what should be done. A good leader sometimes can't give all the answers, and you should just respect that, but I don't think that's completely true.
I think you would have been in awe of what the court once was.
Could you tell me about it?
What you saw was a shadow, a fading memory, one that many of us worked very hard to try and fix and preserve and stop. couldn't imagine it becoming what it did. And there became a certain point where we decided we had to do something, albeit wrong, sure. But it was a place of equality. A place where all tribes were welcome, brought in to work together, to gather, to talk, to plan, tell stories, sing around massive campfires all through those woods. There were the grand constellations. You could see the embers in the distance for miles around and hear the howls all throughout the mountains. That was a nation. And some of us refused to mourn the loss of that nation as it fell apart. We instead saw it as a slight or an insult, but I think we all also knew why it was happening. A nation without a king who can no longer lead. They didn't follow us because we were Silver Fangs. They followed us because of Jonas. Because he was the reluctant Silver Fang. The one who would much rather spend his time trolling the streets of New York than sitting on a throne. He sat there because he had to. Because someone had to. Because if he didn't, we probably would have been under the control of Black Spiral Dancers much longer ago. But when he was there, fully, so inspiring. He carried such strength and will. And whatever it is that happened in that final battle that was anything but final, the battle I'm realizing now we lost and didn't win, he broke. And it didn't all come on at once. He wasn't an old man hunched over in a chair right away. But it also happened faster than any of us would have liked. I know you're trying to do something different here. And I admire that in so much as you are trying something. And maybe you're right, and history will prove me the fool. But I remember what it was like in that court, watching them come with their complaints and their concerns, bickering over who had the harder issue, whose was the most dire, demanding resources where there were none, demanding to be recognized above all others. And when they wouldn't be, the spite and hatred, the aggression, the unwillingness to understand. It's not that there weren't challenges. There was a time when all there was challenges. My husband, I arrest him, fought so many Guru. Not just for his king, but for his daughter, for his would-be son-in-law, Falcon, for Gaia. You are going to face those same challenges, and they are going to blame you when you don't. No matter how you phrase it, no matter how you dress it up. You're going to call it equality, but it's going to be anything but equality in their minds. Because you're going to have to say no. And whether it's by a majority vote, whether it's by council after council after council of representatives up the line, we are all still animals in our basest form. And animals crave violence. At least this animal does. And I'm not talking to me, I'm talking about the wolf.
I think that's partly true. But I think something that's similar between humans and wolves is that they just want community, that they want to feel part of the whole. And we have to remind them that there is a whole to be part of. And I know I'm not saying that sparkly words and fancy hope is going to make everything an easy road. I don't believe that. But I think for a long time, they've not had that.
And they might again. And it'll be glorious for a time. Until the community doesn't do what a small group of them wants them to do. What the minority wants. When they're outvoted. Never before have I seen the past so perfectly reflected in the present. The majority chose. The minority didn't like it. And I'm not going to get into the specifics. I don't pay that much attention to American politics, but you can give them a voice at the table, but when they stop using it because they feel like it's falling on deaf ears, or when they get apathetic, or a representative gets their own desires and ambitions that doesn't quite represent those under them. Because as you said, we are still part human, and those human instincts and urges are there. You won't deserve it, the hatred that will come. But because you proposed it, because you made it, because you built it, you'll still receive it. You know what upset me most about your trip to Vermont? Not about you being there. Not even about Jester Silvertongue being there. What upset me the most is that you got through to him. you actually reached him. Too late, but you reached him. I tried for years to reach him.
If I may, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you were trying to reach him the same way you had always done. By thinking of the same ideals you always had. And that's the thing, is you get stuck in a thought process or an idea of how things should work or how it should go, and you stay stubborn in that. That's, I would say, Silver Fang way, but it's just the Guru way in a lot of ways. But we have to make sure we're constantly trying to do something different, something better than the people who did before. But looking at that and knowing what worked and knowing what didn't. Because if we just stubbornly say that that's going to be the only way it's ever going to get back to its glory, if you will, then it'll just be repeating a cycle. The same cycle of trying to reach the king until something came in that was different.
And what if one of the parts that worked is a part you don't like?
Then we keep adjusting. We try something different. And if we learn that the other parts worked better, then we try those out as well. I'm not saying that we've got it all worked out and tied in a sweet little bow. I've not been Guru that long. And I don't expect to have all the answers. That would make me naive and ignorant. But I know that I have an idea of how we could do it differently and how we could try to do something different. And it's a lot more than a lot of people are doing.
It is a lot more than a lot of people are doing. And if we had an endless supply of time, I would agree with you. We can experiment, we can try, but we have always been on the back foot.
That's exactly my point. We've always been on the back foot. So why not try? Why not keep trying? Because it's going to be the same way it's always been. We're always going to be on our back foot. There's always going to be something taking up our time, causing Hirano or Hogloth or people to leave or to be jaded or angry or depressed. That's always going to happen. I don't think that's going to stop happening. But we can try and keep trying. That's what this is about. Trying as a Guru, fighting as a Guru, not knowing when it'll ever end, not knowing when we'll get our next win. Sometimes not for very long. Sometimes the losses come way more than the wins. But we keep going because we keep believing in it and we keep wanting it to be better. So that's what we do. Keep trying to make it better.
Aspen, roll me a charisma and persuasion. Actually, make it a charisma and politics.
My Rachel won?
Yeah, I think so. I don't
Okay.
think you feel threatened by Anastasia in this
No.
conversation. It's your home turf. She doesn't exactly have much to hold over you anymore.
Would I add my Guru politics?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I spent a willpower and I got 6 successes.
She stares off into the middle distance. You can see her eyes watching almost like a replay of a past that she's lived through. Who am I to say what is right and wrong anymore? Who am I to say what works and what doesn't? Know what did for a time? Well, everything you say tells me you're insane and it would never be possible. And it's a fool's errand by a foolish child. I remember how Jonas was a foolish child. Stories of his ridiculous rebellion against his grandfather.
I know. It's hard for me to admit it to myself because sometimes it's much easier to see you as a villain. But I know you were trying to do what was best for the nation, for your family, for the people around you. And you don't have to say yes. But if given the opportunity to have your insight on what did work and what didn't work, and when I'm being a foolish child and what have you, I'd appreciate the insight.
Well, I may have lost everything, or almost everything, but I haven't lost the fight. I am still Guru. As long as I remain as such, I will continue to fight for the cause. Even if it is in a new way or direction. I will at some point have to return home, not to Vermont, my actual home. Check in with the court there, as they will most likely have heard word about what happened. And if not, they will soon. But if you need Silver Fang representation in the world you are trying to build, I am willing to be that for you. Because this may be all we have left. And if we can't stick together with our backs completely against the wall, we will lose. We've already lost. But if you are so set on bucking the trend and going against what everyone has known to be the way, she actually digs into her coat pocket. You will probably need this sooner rather than later. Just make sure you're in a place to accept it. And she puts the tear down on the table. Managed to grab that before everything went completely to shit. It's yours now.
Aspen kind of is like trying to hold it together in that moment and just grabs it. This means more than you know.
It's for the cause.
Were you close with Matthias.
I knew him. In his younger years, he was a huge flirt.
Then yeah, you know him. Same one. Yeah, he needs this, so.
She pauses and looks at you. I would think very carefully. Are you protecting the future or preserving the past? Because what we did was try to preserve the past, and we failed. That's what that was meant for. And our failure to do so is why it still exists.
I hear you. I understand. Well, if we're giving advice, could I give you some?
It'd be more than I had when you got here.
Stop being so stubborn and talk to her. She deserves that, and she has a right to be angry. You're the mother, not her.
Aspen, give me a charisma and leadership.
I'm gonna spend another willpower? Or
You see her take a deep breath and slowly let it out. I will. Is there anyone else I should put on my list to talk to? Because you've already started making it quite lengthy.
I could give you a list if you'd appreciate that, but I think we both know that that's pure sarcasm. She smirks.
You're right. In a way, you've always been right. At least I hope you've been.
Me too. And sorry for everything you've lost.
We of the Crescent Moon are prepared for that our entire lives.
Doesn't make it any easier.
No, it does not. Sensing that the conversation has come to an end as you see her posture change and her gaze kind of shift to somewhere else, possibly to a campfire in the middle of the woods further out in the bawn, which as you look, following her gaze, you can see the bench she sits out, the window she looks through is towards that campfire. Campfire you know to be Katerina's private camp that she keeps away from the main camp. Eventually you get up and leave, not needing to say any words, but knowing, based off of the change in that aura, change in that air, the last of that cold melting away, that she's grateful in her own stubborn Russian Silverfang way. What is Aspen feeling as we bring this scene to a close?
Aspen empathizes with Anastasia She was going to try to empathize, but as the conversation moved through it, it was less trying and more just understanding. And talking to her, it's hard to ignore the past of what people were trying to do there. And that at the end of the day, we're all just we're people trying to do the best we can to do the right thing. And nobody has the right answers, but you hope you have some of them. And that tear gives hope to something. And now it's just a matter of whether or not to heed the words of the past or to do something potentially for the future.
Easy for the two to get confused. We think by protecting something that helped to make us who we are, that it's going to do something moving forward. But what if that thing has already served its purpose? What if it already passed on everything it has to pass on? What if it's already played its part in the grand scheme of things? Are we just wasting an opportunity to be that to the next generation, or to give it to someone who could still be something? It's really hard because it's a gamble. You don't know. You have to guess and hope that that guess is right. But nobody truly knows because we don't get to live life in retrospect, no matter how hard we try. Life keeps moving, time keeps going, and we're stuck with the decisions we make, right, wrong, or otherwise. Because there is no time travel. There is no going back. Even when we try to heal the past wounds we've made, it's just a further progression forward. That wound was still made, that choice was made. Is it going to be the right one? We'll see. We now go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's very, 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 very long story. Welcome back. As we return, we find ourselves at the cairn. Night has fallen. The sun has disappeared from the sky. Izzy, it's been a couple of days since your conversation with Ricardo. The cairn has been occupied by these visitors now for a couple of weeks, several weeks at this point. And while you have been doing your job on top of it, being productive, you haven't really made a lot of inroads with the visitors from Vermont. Part of that is probably by design, as the last time you dealt with the nation as a whole, your reputation wasn't great. You weren't looked too favorably upon. But as a consolation, not much left of that nation, is there? Now that the seat of power has fallen, now that the nation has never been more divided than it is right now, and now that they're in the nicest of terms, your house, they don't really have a lot of room to be shitty. But they are Silverfangs, and shitty's in their blood. So you never really know what to expect going into this situation. How is Izzy feeling as he's moving slowly through the woods, approaching the distant campfire that's just slightly separated, a small, private, reclusive camp in the woods, separated from everybody else and everything else that's been going on in the sept?
Izzy, over the past several weeks, basically since Aspen and Jester and everyone else returned down from Vermont, has counted his lucky stars, has thanked Unicorn for the fact that there was just always something else to consider in the moment. He wasn't necessary for the housewarming party for the most part. He made his initial declaration that, hey, I'm Wormfoe, if you need anything, you know who to ask. But past that, he's been very, very appreciative that none of the Vermont Old Nation people have had the need to chat with him. And it almost burns very un-Child of Gaia-like in his chest. But like you said, the initial scorn, the dishonor that he experienced with dealing with the nation from the fall of the Piercing Moon Rice Pack, as well as his previous experience, sort of casts a long shadow over his spirit. And after Ricardo, he's sort of swinging back from the bright future to the dark and dim past he had experienced. And he's not exactly certain who might be lingering by that campfire. But he knows that, at the very least, whoever it is, he's certain is going to be forthcoming in their experiences of the Black Spiral Dancer attack, which is one of the main reasons why he's seeking out any of the old nation members.
As you're approaching the campfire, it becomes evident pretty quickly who is at this campfire, as you see a very tall woman with very broad shoulders, wearing a leather coat. Wouldn't even call it a leather jacket in the traditional sense, but sort of a long coat. Is wearing breeches, jeans that are done up, seemingly a loose-fitting t-shirt underneath her jacket, but the light reflects off of her silver hair and the long braid that goes down the side, draped over one shoulder, almost all the way down to her waist. She has appeared in the firelight, tossing another log on the flames before her eyes dart up in your direction, almost detecting your approach. Whether you were trying to be stealthy or not doesn't really seem to matter. But as she does see you and register you, her eyes go back to the fire as she picks up a stick that she's clearly been using as a poker and stirs up the coals some more. As soon as you draw closer within the kind of clearing that's been made, of this den that she seems to be keeping. Before you can even say anything, she says, "If you are also here to make a pass at me, save it. I don't like men."
Well, I love men, so that makes it easy for both of us, I think.
She stops for a second, and for the first time, you see the makings of a smile curl at the corner of her mouth. "Then be welcome and share my fire."
Perfect. And with that, Izzy will sort of no longer creeping, trying to be as visible as possible. He'll just do a quick little jump over and roll into one of the log seats before he really puts on that old Izzy face of I'm trying to make a good impression right here. I'm being non-threatening while also leveraging the fact that he is the homebody. He's the wormfoe. He's the one with the prestige in this moment as he goes. How's everything?
Everything is shit and the world is awful. So, the usual.
I walked into that one. Let me be more specific. How are you doing right now?
To be determined. Who are you?
I'm Entwined Smiles with Claws, the Sept Wormfoe. You can call me Izzy, though. Friends call me Izzy. You are Katerina Volkova, so Katerina Ria, if you prefer the honorific. I was hoping
Honorifics
to.
are for court, and there is no court anymore. You may call me Katerina or Kat if we're going to be on familiar terms, which, why not? Who cares?
Familiarity is good. First step in a long friendship, I'm sure. So, Kat.
You're still
To be-
alive. The court did not believe this to be the case.
I believe your father also was incredulous when he showed up and saw me.
If it was a day when my father wasn't incredulous, it was quite a day.
Yes, I am indeed alive. Against the worms, machinations, and whatever else, I am indeed still kicking. And doing pretty well. As you can plainly see by my visage.
Is this by choice or by luck?
I don't know. To be determined, we'll say. After I'm dead, the Galliards will disentangle what was luck, what was skill.
I appreciate that you're at least honest about it and not coming in here with a bunch of false bravado.
Well, the bravado's there. We'll see how much of it's false. I apologize as much as I can that I haven't taken the opportunity to chat with you sooner. I understand with the fallout of the nation's destruction, you probably had... he immediately regrets saying you specifically as he goes, "Those of your house were in dire need of support, especially after the Black Spiral Dancer attack up in Vermont. And to that, I say I come to you now, offering what I can."
I see what you're trying to do, and etiquette would say I should show my appreciation, but I need no support. What I need is an opportunity and Zizek's throat in my fangs.
You and me both. Unfortunately, I cannot give that in this moment. So if you happen to have anything else, maybe a bottle of water or snacks, I got those.
No, what I would prefer, Entwined smells easy. What I would prefer is your reason for fighting?
I'm going to take it to defend Gaia is not the answer you're looking for, right?
Sure, if you want to be a terrible cliche.
What if I told you that is indeed my answer? But I'm a child of unicorn, so Gaia to me might be a little bit different from what your average Garo is yelling about as far as, you know, Gaia, the grand spirit, our creator. I fight for this. And with that, he just gestures both to Cat, the fire, and the surroundings of the cairn. I know it's a bit passe, I guess, but I don't want to.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't want to say what you may or may not be feeling, but seeing how others in your previous sept are acting, living without community, seeing it torn away, loved ones die in droves, you really get an appreciation for the people who are around. And that's why I fight. For those people. If that makes sense.
It does. So to you, Gaia is community.
Yeah. What about you?
Oh, why don't I fight? I fight for the opportunities that were missed. I fight for revenge. I fight for anger. Fucking Charles wasn't supposed to go get himself killed.
Yeah, I'm a bit peeved at that too.
I fight for Ingrid. Hopefully
Ingrid is
resting in peace somewhere. She was my heart when I had one.
As he thinks back to other people he's lost in his life, even those he's been entangled with in a similar vein, and nods with a bit more understanding than Katerina might appreciate in the moment.
She is the reason I'm still here, though I would have preferred to have died beside her. She thought one of us had to carry on. The bitch. I fight for Jester Silvertongue and Aspen Weiss Oathbreaker. I even fight for you, Izzy.
You barely know me.
I don't have to. You have hope.
Depends on the day. But yeah.
I think that's true for all of us, but you smile in a world that causes us all to frown on a regular basis. A world that's greedy and takes and takes and takes and is never satisfied or filled. The fact that you can see the world as anything other than a monster with gnashing teeth, insatiable hunger. That is why I fight. For hope that once all is done, and I have killed the Jack, or she has killed me, or both, there is something left.
And what would you do after? Say you managed to get all that glory. Tear Jajak's head from her shoulders. The worm cast forth into the pit of Malpheus forevermore. Gaia, descends from wherever. She lurks within the Umbra, graces you with eternal blessings. And then what?
Are you trying to be a Galliard?
No?
What's with all the pretty descends from the heavens? Ahroun don't talk like that.
No, they generally don't, but I'm also the one who's bullied at all the Ahroun moots, so...
I can see why, but fair.
I have a
What
type.
will I do? I won't do. I expect to die fighting her. The best I can hope is that I take her down with me, and if not, I create an opportunity for another two in my place.
That's definitely noble, glorious, but is that wise? I understand. Zizek, I didn't even see her, and listening to half the stuff from Aspen and Jester made it seem like the apocalypse is really, really here. Not more than just a vague notion, the dying gasps of Gaia, but here. So, why do you pine for that easy of a death?
You know who always used to talk to me about wisdom? My mother. Fucking traitorous wretch as she is. So I say, fuck wisdom. Wisdom is for those who see the future. What I see is the present, and the present is littered with blood and bodies. And will undoubtedly create more so. I think of the years we wasted living in myth. In a past that was as prosperous as the deer shit out in the woods. Forgive me, easy. But I have nothing nice to say about what was, what they dreamed could be. I know what is, and what is that the, how do you say, boogeyman still walks. When I had been told my entire life, promised my entire life that she wouldn't. She was supposed to be a bedtime story. You tell pups to make sure that they go to sleep and wake up and do their training.
The one I got was, if you didn't do what the elder said, your spine would be added to her whip.
But instead is the king's and my father's and Charles Albrecht's and who knows who else. Rather than warning us, they should have been preparing us. But they wanted to live in a false sense of security, bickering over politics and territories. Waste of time.
Sounds like you have the standard Garu experience.
Shit rains down from the top. Easy.
Yep. Then my question is, why keep fighting.
She still lives.
I repeat my previous scenario then. Say you win. Would you stop fighting after that?
If you wish to talk in hypotheticals, improbabilities, there will always be something else to fight. And until I return to my beloved Ingrid's side, I will seek out the one who will kill me.
Izzy gets very quiet at that. Reminded of a very familiar sentiment he experienced many times. And as he sort of plucks at maybe a couple of stray arm hairs or needles at one of his old wounds, he casts his gaze into the fire, thinking, what is best in this moment to bring a relative stranger to the forefront of thinking about the future? Not just, oh, I'm going to die, but like, what is a plan, a hope for survival? And Izzy will crease an eyebrow. Do you think that's what Ingrid would want you to say?
No, Ingrid would want me to move on and find someone who makes me happier than she ever did, because she was just a wolf from the Red Talons and blah, the blah, the blah, 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 blah. I know what you're trying to do. And as much as I want to say I appreciate it, believe me, I despise it. Some warriors are only meant for war. I am not talking like Fenris. I don't need to go blowing up buildings or killing poor defenseless humans. But what I can do is seek out corruption in all its forms and gut it. And
Wherever
one
it
day,
dwells, wherever it thrives.
Whether it's now or, hope not, 30 years from now, something will be better than me. Whether I've lost a step, whether I was their boogeyman, and on that day, I will go home. And I will make it very difficult for them, make no mistake about that. In this hypothetical scenario, I will not just lay down and die. Because that's not what my father would have wanted. That's not what Ingrid would have wanted. That's not what Charles would have wanted.
Kat, I don't mean to offend your pride here, but I don't know if I believe you when you say you're only a warrior.
I wasn't always a warrior. I was made to be queen. Then I was stricken with the most wonderful and foul of sensations. And I got to enjoy it for a while, knowing how this life is, and knowing what it takes. I had no illusions that it would be forever, neither did she. It's the good thing about loving a lupus born. They're very practical. But that's gone now. And I have no interest in discovering something else.
I think Izzy leverages his words on a knife's edge, and he goes for the gambit. He nods, plucking into the many tenets and hopes and dreams of Unicorn as he looks at Katerina, this strong Silverfang, and goes, "That is a blaring weakness. To never love again? To never hope for anything better ever again?"
To love again is to have stopped loving. And I have not stopped loving. As
So
for
why do you-
hope, I will leave hope to Aspen Weiss. Perhaps she should be called Hope Bringer instead of Oath Breaker.
Maybe you can propose that at our first official moot, whenever that happens to be after this.
I am not looking to take the world with me. I want it to be here for others. I want it to be better. I want others to experience love and life and loss as I have. But I don't want it for myself. Not anymore. And it's not Harano or Hoglosk, although I'm sure I've got a hefty heaping of both. It's just true. Some don't look forward to the day they lay down their swords. Some look forward to the day that a sword lays them down.
Kat, I'm going to be honest, I used to think a lot like you. A lot like most Ahrouns, I think. But I hope, with time, with a couple of examples, that you're going to be able to find something to say, "I do not wish to find that death today. I do not wish to long for that death."
Well, you may want to take, what is it, a mulligan on hoping in one hand and shitting in the other, because I promise you, you are going to be double fisting Dookie by the end.
You already know my reputation. How much lower can it go with you, right?
You're a survivor who has been through a great deal, and I admire that for you. I do. And it is very inspiring for others who think that the change is a death sentence. Because it shouldn't be. We are agreed on that. I served the purpose I was meant to serve and had the rest taken from. Maybe it was never mine to have to begin with. Fate, destiny, blah, blah, blah. And I will not dissuade you from your hopes or your well wishes. And maybe you're right. Maybe I'll find whatever that magical thing is that gives me a reason again. But right now, I have my reason. And until she's dead, that is enough.
Izzy will not necessarily turn away dismissively, but just nod and cast his glance aside as if to give assent that this particular end of the conversation is done. As he goes, well, in that case, I have a lot of duties to attend to in that regard, and I was hoping if you could help me address them. First of all, you were among the most prominent warriors present when the Vermont sept fell. If you have any information about the Black Spiral Dancers, about Zhajak, about anything, I would be more than happy to hear it.
See her lip curl at the mention of the name and the dancers, but she gives a firm nod. They struck quick. We had no advance warning. They not only silenced and took out our scouts, our watchers, they brought them with, so that there would be no trace of their bodies. They came in mass, in force, and swept across the area. I dare to say it was even 10 minutes before it was done. They knew what they were hitting. They knew where and when to hit. They are not rampaging. They are being very precise. And like a ghost, they are disappearing after, returning to Gaia knows where.
Probably some foul worm tunnel.
Probably. But they have no interest in preserving. They were not intending to capture the cairn to turn it into a hive. No, they were there to destroy. And my guess is they had been working on it for some time. I'm not as keen on the spiritual side of things, but I do know they have the power to sap life from a cairn, to drain it.
Did you witness it?
No. No, we were fighting inside on one of the upper floors when Jester and Aspen came down, taking Samira with them. They tried to step in and protect. They tried to take me away. I refused to be taken away, but then Ingrid kicked me like a fucking mule down the stairs and held the line, but not for long. Their superior numbers allowed them to overwhelm us quickly. They likely came via the Umbra, or that's where they preferred to do most of their fighting. What I don't understand, what angers me more than anything, is why Falcon didn't warn us. Why he did nothing.
I was never very good with spirits.
Neither am I, but one thing I could always believe is that Falcon protected his own. He is to look ahead to see what is coming. Perhaps he was distracted by the Charles and king of it all. I don't think they're infallible. I'm not a fool. And perhaps that was his warning. Perhaps Aspen was his warning. They have many. I could have guessed at least 60 on that assault.
Izzy grows pale. That is quite the army.
Zizek is prideful. She wants everyone to know what she's doing, that it is her doing it. That may be one advantage we have. But she is not all dancers. There will be others that are far more clever and less overconfident.
Cat. I do not mean to ask you to speak ill of your former friends and allies up in Vermont, but in the weeks preceding the Black Spiral Dancer attack, was there any indication of infiltration, strangeness in the Umbra, anything?
That it wouldn't be me speaking ill of my friends, that would be me questioning yours, but I've learned better since. I don't know. And it pains me to say that. We had grown lax, undoubtedly, and on top of that, we were all very distracted with Charles's homecoming. It's very possible, but also it would surprise me if it wasn't filtration. Just pure, brute hatred and force.
That's daring enough. At least my own personal experiences with the Black Spiral Dancers have been they find ways to get hooks in other Garu or some way to leverage intelligence, and then they use that like a knife.
I think she knew she already did it. With the king in the state he was in, I think that plan started 30 years ago. A ship with no leader, with no captain, inevitably sinks. We broke our king, and all she had to do was wait.
Izzy does not feel very good about the intelligence he's gleaned, as any attempt to mount a defense is increasingly running against the reality that there is just a wide power imbalance. And not to say that he feels inadequate, but he feels like he is not intelligent enough to maybe figure out ways to at least bleed the spirals for attempting an attack on Florida, on Tampa. However, as he looks to Kat, he will go, When's the last time you had training?
I train with Jester Silver Tongue almost every day.
Okay. And she's shown you around the defenses of the cairn?
Duh.
She show you the training course she and Charles made?
Duh, although it is a training course for babies.
Did you tell her that?
No.
Do you
I
mind
like
coming
that
with me?
one.
Do you mind coming with me and maybe sprucing it up? Because I have another errand to do, and I think you would be a good person to have for what I'm about to do.
I will. But I have one requirement. I will not have puppies visiting my fire complaining because they got tangled up in barbed wire.
That's
Suck it
very
up.
specific.
And heal.
Oh, okay. So this is a future notice that, hey, if you are suffering from any barbed wire inflicted wounds, it's just a lesson in regeneration. That's what you want me to tell new recruits.
That was just an example, but yes.
Okay. I will be sure to include that, as he can't help but grin at what he remembers basically from his own Garu training experience. As he rises up from the fire, and I assume the two of them head off to get a fragment of Charles's soul squared away.
Yeah, she separates the logs and kind of helps kick the fire out. As you head off to the training course, it's easy enough. Your talk of wanting to make them better, really, that's what it was all about, right? He was trying to train them, to prepare them. His methods, very similar to Katerina's, were a bit barbaric at times. But considering what's to come, that enemy is going to be more than barbaric. They are going to be monstrous. As you go about the process, securing another spirit shard, what is Izzy feeling about Katerina, about her philosophy, about her help?
Izzy's most discomforting thought is how much she is like Charles as he used to be. Especially sitting around the fire, making loose jabs at one another. There was a sort of like flashback moment to at least a, half dozen nights just like this off somewhere with the Piercing Moonrise pack. But seeing her own struggle, her own fixation with my mission now is to die killing the foe that offended me so, is filling Izzy with just a little bit of sadness as he sees himself so much in her and is trying as much for her as for himself to give the hope that, like, no, there can be more. After it's over, you're going to need something more. But given the looming deadline that he is not entirely aware of darkness spiraling closer and closer, for now he's resigned himself to the fact that he has a most capable warrior to rely on in the defense of the cairn.
They have a saying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And maybe that works for geese. But this is Guru we're talking about. Some Guru just want to see the world burn. Others want to see it rot. And some just want to do the best they can until there's no more they can do. Is it sad? Can be. The idea of somebody sacrificing themselves, building a world they're never going to be able to live in or see, does carry some sadness. But also, hasn't that always been what being a guru is? Fighting an endless fight, trying to make the world better? Countless guru have lived that story. And even in a new nation, with new ideals, new ways of leading, new ways of pursuing this goal, it's going to keep happening, whether they like it or not. Because the world is a brutal place. The fight is long, and it is deadly. And knowing that, for some, is a comfort. For others, is a caution. And for some still, is a punishment. And if the nation, the new nation, can do anything, it can maybe take that last one away. But some people are just warriors. And without a fight, they don't want anything else. And that's okay too. We now transition to our next scene. Aspen. That conversation with Katerina probably wasn't entirely what you expected, but it did provide an opportunity to balance the scales. Because yes, this fight has been about take, loss after loss after loss. But now you have this opportunity to save again, like you did 3 years ago with Eliza. Now the question remains, is it for Matthias? Is it for someone else? While your heart tells you you want to protect your mentor, something about what Anastasia said rings true. Are you more worried about protecting the past or the future? That is a strange set of scales because it seems like the past, all the weight's already on there. Would you just be further imbalancing by putting more? Or would you be taking some off, which is kind of what you hope, right? Is to just fix a past misdeed, to make the future brighter. But is it going to be that? This is where those great unknowns call a lot into question about the Stargazer philosophy. Is it a life of just being reactionary? Is there a way to be proactive and be a Stargazer? Because in a way, you're messing with balance if you're taking action before that action is necessary. But as a leader, you have to. You have to take action. You can't react, or else you're getting murdered on your own throne, overwhelmed by black spiral dancers. These kind of questions, as well as a important task that take you to the spiritual roundtable erected by Jace. And as you approach this round table, you find Eliza sitting there, not talking to anyone in particular, but seeming like she's listening. But to who? You're not sure because there's no one present as far as you can see. And you see pretty much everything that goes on in the cairn. That's Star's gift to you. But as you approach, she looks up from her stool over to you and smiles. Looks good on you.
Thanks. Still, getting used to it, and fidgeting with it every once in a while, but thanks.
It's all right. You can try and wrinkle it and muss it up all you like and adjust, but it will always find its way to fitting just right if you let it.
Yeah. It's only been a little bit, but it fits nice. It's more comfortable than I've been in a while.
I'm glad to hear it. And yet, I still detect a sense of discomfort.
Yeah. First off, who were you talking to? Or listening to?
You?
Okay.
Well, you soon enough.
I'm just gonna take that at face value. I'm not gonna pry. Anyways, yeah, this balance thing is a lot to get used to, I think.
It is. Because some of what makes a balance is going against what you want for what the situation requires.
Yeah, and it's a lot of, I guess, guessing, which I'm not really comfortable in yet, I guess.
I understand that. And you're going to be wrong. Probably more often than you're right. But you keep trying. Libra isn't one of those patrons that expects perfection. She acknowledges the effort. And if you go a little too far, she'll set you straight. Remind you of your purpose. But mistakes are part of balance. Believe it or not, a mistake you make here might set the balance straight somewhere else. For someone else. But if you're wondering, you should give it to him.
Was that what you were listening to?
Yes.
Okay.
But not now. Later.
Yeah. I don't know, because it's confusing, right? Is it selfish to do it, but also is it selfish to think you're the only one that needs to sacrifice, right? It's conflicting, I guess.
Balance doesn't require us to put all the sacrifice on ourselves. If anything, it requires us to make sure we don't put all the sacrifice on ourselves. It's not our job to carry the weight. It's our job to maintain the scales. It's easier said than done, my dear. You saw me for 10 years. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a It's a lot of back and forth, for sure. Like I said, the selfishness and sacrificing, the selfishness and doing something for yourself. Where does the middle go? Is there a middle there? Probably not. That one's a little bit more binary.
Is it?
Well, I can't give somebody half of a tier, I don't think. So
No, you can't, but you can help encourage what they do with the opportunity. Aspen, I'm not going to beat around the bush because I know you get pissed off at that sort of thing and go end up rage quitting your job. Or this isn't a prophecy, this is a premonition. That's what I was listening to. If you choose to give Matthias the tier, it shouldn't be to bring back who he was. It should be to make him into who he needs to be. So long have you viewed him as your mentor, as your guiding light. That purpose is done. You have spent 3 years now discovering the leader you're meant to be. There's nothing he has to teach you anymore. But he can still teach. And he can still lead. And we're going to need that. You're going to need leaders outside of this cairn that you can rely on for war. You bring back Matthias, he's still going to try to be Zaddy Matthias for you. That's not his job anymore. And you're going to need to make sure he knows that. Coming out of Hirano's no easy thing. It's sore. It hurts. You're not used to feeling again. Or caring like an atrophied muscle. That's why we need purpose. We don't just need to feel better. We need direction. Because the rest of the work of coming out of it is on us. You're just opening the door. Creating the opportunity. Because he's still going to feel a lot of guilt for what happened. You're not taking it all away. You're taking just enough. Yes, you could save the tier for what could happen. There will probably be instances where it would have been very useful to have. But I can tell you now what is needed. It's not more from you. It's more from the people around you. If anything, it's more use. Because one isn't enough. And I don't mean that in the literal Aspen sense. I think more Aspens would drive everybody fucking crazy around here. But leaders, intelligent leaders, who care about the ones that they lead, but also understand what they're asking of them.
that makes sense. I think that's another reason why we need Charles back.
For more than that, but yes.
Said one of. I think there's several reasons, but I think he's important.
Jester told me about the necessary sacrifices or offerings we all have to make bring him back. And I want to give him an offering of my own that doesn't quite go in line with the Charles we knew. But I think it's the Charles we need.
Not another self-sacrificing thing from
No,
Eliza
no,
Ross,
no.
right?
I'm
Okay.
still gonna be here.
Good.
Now you can't
Good.
get rid of me.
Well, I'm gonna need a lot of help, obviously, so.
Obviously. You're always going to make the right choice if the choice you're making is balance. If it's a temporary choice, which most of them are, if it sets a right, an imbalance, it is the right choice. Even if it ends up tilting the other way in some way or another. And then you'll make another choice to set that aright. And if not you, someone else. Speaking of which, once this whole Charles mess is taken care of, you and I are going to go on a little trip. Because yes, Libra may have accepted you, which is all well and good, and a necessary step, but your brothers and sisters need to meet you as well.
Bunch of Elizas.
Hardly.
Oh, okay.
No, they would never take this level of sass or anything like that. That's not their way. I got too much Spitfire energy in me for most of them. Someone's got to, or else the parties would suck.
Oh, goody. So a lot of me's. Or Charles's. I don't know.
No, but I think you'll see.
Okay. I will make time for a trip.
Good. And it's not going to be the kind of Vermont, I'm going to be gone a week and then 6 weeks later type trips. It is going to be just a couple of days. Like a movie.
I think everybody would kill me if that was the case, so.
I won't take you away from them for that long.
Okay. I find it so strange. When I talked to Libra, I asked, what's next? And they said, they didn't give me an answer. And that's a little strange, I guess.
Why are you looking to Libra to tell you? They're the scales.
Just, I guess, growing pains moving from Falcon.
For certain. Yes, Libra could give you all kind of cryptic messages, but what good does that do? Now, there are ways to get cryptic messages still, but those don't come from Libra. Libra isn't trying to tell you where to go. She's trying to tell you how things are. And using that knowledge to go forward to set things aright. And then you can check in again and she'll tell you what else is off kilter. But she's not here to lead you. That's not her job. She's here to show you the truth.
It's refreshing, really. But also weirdly scary, because then it's just you, you know?
It's never just you. Everyone thinks we chose loneliness We didn't. Just couldn't choose what they wanted anymore. But if there are others that are willing to look your way, to call you kin, to accept your viewpoints, this is speaking from experience, you're not alone. A lot of other guru view us as manipulative because we're trying to do what we need to do to maintain balance. And that does sometimes come with a healthy dose of manipulation, I'm not going to lie. But what doesn't? When you have an agenda or a mission or a goal, you could call it leadership, you could call it camaraderie or working together as a team. And it is that. But also it's kind of an agenda. Just so happens our agenda isn't self-serving.
It's like Artie says, half of therapy is just manipulating people to be better people.
That is one of the wisest things I've ever heard from him.
He's got it in him.
Oh, I know. He's with you. He better. They're not always going to understand. In fact, more often than not, they won't understand. They won't understand when you're pausing when they think you should fight. And that's what makes it difficult, is finding a way for them to understand. Because we can't just tell them, oh, the scales in the sky told me to. When their patrons are like, fucking kill them all. The worm's awful. You can't. There's no good way to explain it to them. You just have to do it and hope they get it. I got lucky. I got me a group of plucky youngsters who were just trying to figure this whole mess out and who were willing to listen. You're not going to be that lucky, unfortunately. You're going to take a lot of individuals who are set in their ways, believe might equals right, and that war is always raging. And you're going to have to convince them that sometimes in war there are bouts of peace. And that's okay.
Oh, they're gonna hate it.
Oh, boy, are they. We earned that reputation, I will tell you that.
It's fair. But I mean, look at Izzy. You know, he's come around, and I know it's not all going to be that easy, but gives me hope that it's possible.
Izzy is scales in flux. They're less extreme than they started. But he does find himself going back and forth, and I don't think he's quite found his balance yet. But he keeps looking for it. Keeps asking for help. He's willing to talk through what he's feeling.
That's what matters, right? Trying to find the balance. Not quite the idea of getting there, but always trying to find it.
Yes. To help others balance, you got to find balance in yourself. And once you do, you just got to be patient while they find theirs and encourage them how you can, when you can.
Obviously, I don't have it all figured out, but I am really excited to learn.
If you had it all figured out on day, 8, I'd be pissed.
Absolutely not.
But I'm here. You are not alone. And I'm not planning on going anywhere.
Good. I'm glad we're in that space. Let's stay in that space.
If you get frustrated, you come find me. Because it is frustrating. It is frustrating to watch it swing the other way when you were so close. But every time you miss, it's the start of a new game. That's all it is. It's not a loss. It's a new game starting. Go the other way.
Okay. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna start to be just as annoying as Jester and Jace.
I'm sorry you weren't already.
I pride myself on the fact that I didn't come to you for every answer.
Oh no, you were just outright avoiding me.
Maybe a little, yeah.
I get it. But now, you have no excuses. And it is not annoying to me. It's what keeps me here. It's what brought me back. It's my purpose.
We appreciate having you here.
I appreciate not having to lead. Now, you have an appointment.
We do.
They're
Any
going to say
advice?
no. You have to explain to them why it should be a yes. Spirits aren't that different than Guru. They might be able to see more and go farther and be all mysterious, but they have biases and prejudices. And they've lost too. If you believe this, you can convince them. If you don't even bother.
Okay.
She then brings her fingers to her lips and gives out one of those really loud whistles. And at this point, a gathering commences. A gathering of the most unlikely sort. It's not the guardians of the cairn you had to concern yourself with. They were just doing a job. As it starts with the clopping of hooves, as a majestic white unicorn comes from the forest and approaches the table. Then you see, just from behind one of the stools, a rat poke its head up, look around, say, "You're not Jace," but still climb up onto the table. And then you see the white wolf, the spirit guardian, the one who instructs the guardians to keep certain things out. Alara lope up to the table, definitely size you up for a minute before just sitting. And most surprising of all, the ground starts to shake and then break open as the hissing of snakes heralds the arrival of Gorgon, who emerges from the ground itself to find, well, to look at the table, then to reach back down into the ground and lift a large statue out of it to sit upon. What's this all about?
Aspen shifts for a minute, seeing all the other patrons. She's like, please no Falcon, please no Falcon, please no Falcon in her head. But she shifts and composes herself. I'd like to speak to you all about the potential of a spirit being allowed within the cairn.
At this point, Unicorn speaks.
Was anything stopping them?
The spirit was rejected from the space when Lucas bound himself here. This was quite some time ago, and they are a worm spirit, which causes some issues around that.
Gorgon immediately pipes up with,
Oh, hell no. Is this even worth talking about right now?
It most definitely is.
Do you
I
know
think
how
this is-
far I came to be here? And you're gonna be like, there's a worm spirit.
I do. I very much do. I visited you recently, and I'm very thankful and grateful that you all are here to at least hear.
I don't get to take the stairs. I'm not good at stairs. I don't have legs.
Fair enough.
so let me get this straight. There was a worm spirit in Lucas. He always seemed kind of wormy. Who got, well, in all simple terms, yeeted out of Lucas when you open this can.
Yes,
That's the long and the short of it.
correct.
And you want to unyeet the spirit from the can.
That is what I'm hoping for. Yes.
Why?
So, to give you a backstory, and I know it's not the best of backstories, and as you all know, I'm not a Galliard, so this won't be the best story you've ever heard. But Hashugut, the worm spirit, lost
Gesundheit.
Lucas. Lost Lucas and turned, in his fear, in his anger, turned that ire towards myself, and in turn possessed Matthias for quite some time. And now Raymond, you all know Raymond, has taken him. And you see her kind of like tilt her head and squint a little bit, taken him into himself, to, I know how that sounds,
Kinky.
to help Matthias, and also hopes to help Hashugut as well. But from understanding Raymond's words and a bit of Hashugut, they want to belong to something. They want to be a part of something bigger. And I know that through this story, there is malice. There was ill intent. And I know that that's hard to look past, but they were scared and angry and upset. And I know that you all are spirits, but I know that you feel and have feelings, much like us. Guru, human, wolf otherwise. And I think that that should be considered in this. There's also, I think it's time that we stop rejecting the worm completely. It's part of the triad. It is out of balance. It is causing mayhem. There is a lot of problems within that, but to reject it outright would be to reject a cycle. And that's just truth.
Unicorn kind of shakes her head and stomps a little bit, her colorful rainbow mane fluttering oh so beautifully.
Aspen. I admire what you're saying. I admire your willingness to forgive, to heal, to make up for past misdeeds. But aren't you the least bit worried that you'd be injecting poison into something that has already experienced so much pain and loss? We just recovered Turtle. And now you're potentially asking to expose Turtle to the worm in a form that, while it seems like it's uncorrupted, the worm has always been tricky and divisive, sneaky. You could very well be risking everything you've built here on the hopes that this is going to make up for something that wasn't even your choice.
I am worried. I am. Those are all things that I have thought about, that I've gone back and forth on more times than I'd like to admit. But speaking of Turtle, he got a second chance to be here, to make a difference, to do better, to do something that he couldn't have otherwise. And I understand he's not the worm. I get that. I do. But the worm brings an ideology and an insight and a perspective that we wouldn't have otherwise. We can't assume that we have all the answers just because they are sneaky or because they have some qualities that may be seen as ill-fitting. And no offense, she turns her head to Rat. Sneaky's your specialty.
Well, I do what I do. And he positions himself as if he's straightening a tie, which isn't there.
Aspen. Now, I hear you. I hear the new look in your voice. I hear what you're trying to accomplish, and I'm sure they're very happy with you. You're their gold star of the week. But Turtle got a second chance after sacrificing themselves to put away a great evil. This second chance is more like a reward for their good deed. Are you rewarding this worm for a good deed? Because my guess is, based off of the look on your face and the need to feel like you have to ask us at all, no.
No, not rewarding them for a good deed, but I don't see this as a reward either. I know it's wonderful and great to be a part of this, but shouldn't we all be allowed to be a part of this? This isn't some club that people have to be deserving of. This isn't something that we pick and choose who gets to bask in. If there was, and of course, we have to protect it from the ones who would wish to harm it, to harm us, to harm what we're doing. And I don't think that that's the case for all of the worm. We look at the worm and we say evil, but isn't the worm, I don't know. And you see her kind of running through her brain. Mushrooms, right? They consume the decay. But they're a necessary part of growth in the wild. When people die, they go back into the earth and the wild, and they're allowed to, babies are born. This is part of the cycle. We can't have just one thing. And I know Hashugut did a lot of bad. I know that, and I still struggle with that. But I think if we turn our heads to an opportunity to do something better, to show people a better way, to show spirits a better way, we're doing ourselves a disservice too. And to that, tactically, if we want to speak on that end as well, we're at the brink of war. We're at war. Let's be real. Just because it hasn't reached our doors doesn't mean that it's not happening. We're at war. And wouldn't it be great to have the insight of a worm spirit, to understand it a little bit better, to understand?
Well,
that
sure.
part?
I mean, I'm not saying you can't deal in worms, but that's out there. Like, this is a club that not everybody's invited to, Aspen. You can't bring humans in here. Whether they deserve it or not, you can't have them coming in. It can't be open to everybody. These are like the only places where we're not at constant risk of that. That's kind of the point, isn't it? It's like it's a protective energy place where the worm isn't constantly encroaching or infecting or causing disease.
To be fair, humans are allowed here, Ghislaine, but I get your point. I understand.
They're not humans, kid. They're just not quite Guru. They're like in between.
They don't have the three spirits like we do. For all intents and purposes, they are human. But I understand. I understand your point. But why not? Why are we not? Why are we looking at the worm always as the bad guy in everything? All the time. All pieces of it. All the time. The corrupted part, sure. The part that's gotten, I guess, too big for its britches, maybe. But all of it, I know it's the first tenet of the litany. Trust me, I know the Philodox here knows that. But I think it's time things need to change, and we need to get a different perspective on how things work.
I hear what you're saying. I do. And again, admire the gumption, the moxie, but we're not talking about a part of something that is already reasonable. They're overwhelming us. The worm is overwhelming all of us. It is so far out of balance that I don't quite see how this wouldn't just further tilt the scales in their favor. It's letting them in. And sure, we can do that once the sickness is gone, but who's to say this one doesn't get sick? Who's to say it isn't already sick?
And you guys would not offer any oversight on that? To make sure that it stays in balance? To make sure that everything is working as it should be?
we're not perfect. We're not infallible. We don't know everything that's going on. I mean, we got a lot of ground to cover. It's not just here. And what are you hoping to accomplish? What are you hoping to achieve by all this? What would be your best case scenario, I guess?
I'm hoping on a personal scale to allow something to have a second chance, because that's what we've done here. That's what we continue to do here. And that's what makes us different than the rest of the nation. We're giving people an opportunity to do better and be better, whether that's spirit, human, or guru. Everybody has the opportunity to try and be better and to do better. And they just need that opportunity to do it. And I know I've seen that firsthand. And she'll kind of gesture. Anastasia, that's a guru that got the opportunity to do better. And she's trying. She's stubborn as hell. But all she wants is to try and do better. That's small scale. On big scale, I want as people trying something new to show that it's all part of the same thing. We're all part of Gaia, and if the worm wasn't part of Gaia, why would the worm be here? And if we can't show that all parts matter, then we can fight it and fight it and fight it, but we're making no change. We're just fighting something, and when something feels alone and backed into a corner, of course they're gonna bite and claw and attack because we keep backing it into a corner. We have to show them that they're not backed into a corner, that they're not by themselves. And I don't mean the corrupted parts. I understand if they're doing harm to Gaia, we need to stop that and stop it in its tracks. But that's not all of it. That's not all of the worm. And then on top of that, I think we need that perspective to understand. I know it's a crazy thing to say, but to understand the worm. What they want, what they don't want, their fears, whatever it is, we need that understanding to fight the corrupted part of it, but to understand the other part of it so that when we can stop this fight, if that ever happens, we have something to go forward with. We have a future to move through to make sure that it doesn't happen again, to make sure that it doesn't get out of balance again.
Do you believe this worm spirit can provide that?
I think it's a start.
Do you believe it or do you hope?
I hope. Isn't that the same thing? I believe in this new nation because I have hope that it could happen.
All right, let me rephrase. Do you believe or do you wish?
I believe. It's a step forward in the right direction. Do I have 100% confidence? I'd be lying to you if I said yes.
And this isn't coming from some place of like misplaced guilt.
If it was up to my relationship with Hashugut, if it was the part of me, the worst parts of me, he'd be destroyed. He'd be gone. It's not guilt. I have no guilt here. If anything, the worst emotion I feel is anger, not guilt.
But what about justice? All the things he's done, all the pain he's caused you, this place. Matthias? Poor Matthias. And I hate Matthias because he's a falcon, but Is he gonna answer for what he's done?
I will
Doesn't
say-
sound like it's a punishment.
I will say if that's a necessary thing we need to do, we can speak on that. But I wouldn't have any of them, she gestures to the cairn, to the campers, pay for what they've done.
What exactly did they do? They did what they thought was right at the time. They did what they thought was needed at the time. Hashugut did what he did out of malice.
They both did what they did out of fear.
Why not just, I don't know, find another worm spirit that hasn't shit on your doorstep so many times, and then maybe you can, like, invite them in and say, hey, don't shit on the doorstep. Sounds like he's done plenty of shitting, that's all I'm saying.
Spirits make mistakes. And you see her kind of grind her teeth at that. And we can't always if we allowed every spirit who made a mistake to be punished the way you're asking, then some of you patrons would be responsible as well. Because you have made mistakes. You all have made mistakes. And you're all here.
And what about the others? The other sects? The other tribes? What do you think they'll think? You're gonna need more than just a single worm spirit for the fight to come. This could dissuade your fellow Guru from having any part in it. With you, they'll still fight, obviously, but I mean, they won't team up with someone who openly embraces the worm. Your philosophies are sound, and in the long term, I think they're necessary. But in the short term, it could cause a lot of problems.
Aspen will stand up and give a gentle smile to Unicorn. My ideals will get people to not want to fight with us. The idea of the new nation, we're going to make people not want to fight with us. Me being a stargazer now is going to make people not want to fight with us. If I was a Silverfang, it would make people not want to fight with us because what that stands for. Having a worm spirit here is going to make people not want to fight with us. People will come to their own conclusions, and I can't control that. But I can explain myself, and I can explain why it means something to me and to the future and to what we want to build here. And I know people are going to be angry. There's probably going to be people angry within the sept that they're here. I'm still going to struggle with my own anger. I can promise you that. But as far as what people are going to think, I hope they hear that we want to do something different, that we want to show that things can all thrive if given the opportunity.
You're right. We're not perfect. We've made our fair share of mistakes, undoubtedly. But we learned from them. Aspen, You got the name Oathbreaker for destroying a cairn. Now, you didn't have all the information at the time, and that's something that's helped you deal with that. What if this worm destroys another? What will you have learned from the first incident that benefited you in the second incident?
When I destroyed that first cairn, it was because I didn't want anyone else to sacrifice. Even if they were willing to, I didn't want them to. Regardless of what maybe was the best idea or what was the easiest option, I chose to sacrifice the cairn. And I did it because I thought it was right. And it wasn't. But I did it because I thought it was right. And
What makes this any more right?
I take Aspen Oathbreaker because I learned from my mistakes, but also I will always try to do what I think is right.
So you're willing to risk everything you've built, everything you're doing, because it could just be a small little worm, it could be no big deal. That's true, and it might be fine. But the risk's still there that it's not that simple. Controlling a guru for a year is not something a weak little worm spirit does. You're risking everything on the hopes that this spirit is repentant and really does want to just belong, not devour and co-opt and take over and destroy. Its very nature, by the way. This isn't me trying to make fun of you or anything. I'm genuinely asking, because this is going to go against its nature. To be part of a cairn is part of building something that we rebuild every month, not destroying. It may be fine at first, but at what point is it going to not be okay with that anymore?
I do have a question, because maybe I'm not understanding. I was hoping to have this conversation in hopes that we would all work together to make sure that the safety of the cairn was still optimal, regardless. I wasn't ever planning on just letting it flit around and run around and cause chaos.
Forgive us, Aspen. Nobody's claiming that. But I also believe you may think that we have more power than we have. We're here to guide, we're here to instruct, and yes, to protect when we can. But we're not immortal. These are avatars of us. And we can't be everywhere at once. So even if he, as Rat said, behaves at first, if he stops behaving, sure, we might be able to say something, but we can't actively do much. That's why we have Guru.
Right. But we can all still work together.
course.
Then I have faith in that. I have hope in that. I have hope in that, but I also have hope in Hashugut. I have faith, I have hope that seeing something different in the way things work differently, it'll give a different perspective. And I might be wrong. I hope and I believe we can do this together.
At this point, Eliza, who's just been sitting, watching you with obvious pride on her face, looks to the spirits and says, y'all know what we've been doing ain't been working. And the fact that you're even here having a conversation with two stargazers when your tribes would rather shit themselves than do so tells me you know it too. You know it's not working. If it was, King Albrecht would be alive, Vermont would be stable, we would have won a long time ago. We need to take risks. We need to try a different way. And believe me, there's no punishment you could give Aspen worse than the punishment she gives herself for making a decision that goes south. That's the risk with every decision about everything. I hear your worries, but I think Aspen, she looks to you, would be willing to accommodate some conditions in this arrangement, as it is a very big ask for her to make. But I believe, dear patrons, those conditions lie with Turtle. As the cairn patron, as the one responsible for this place's very being, you're all guests here. Rat crosses his arms and kind of fidgets a little bit. He goes, I go where I want. I'm not a guest anywhere. I mean, no offense by that. But there are, or is, a very important individual missing from this conversation. And while all your opinions are valid, and all of you weighing in is all well and good, I believe one of the owners of the house has a bit more say than those who come and go in it all the time. Alara, you've been particularly quiet on this matter, and as the one who leads the Guardians of the Cairn, I know it's not your liking to speak up most of the time, but I will implore you, as your friend, to say something about all this. Alara, who's been just impassive the entire time, she says,
It's a really stupid idea. But I don't have any others. If you're going to bring that thing here, if it steps, it slithers one step out of line, I will devour. And it's non-condition. Do you trust my judgment?
Yes.
So does Turtle. If I even catch a whiff of corruption or foul play, I will destroy him. And I won't feel bad about it. Are you okay with that?
I think that's completely understandable.
Good, because I didn't care either way.
Eliza just laughs at that. Aspen, go ahead and give me a charisma and persuasion. You do get the benefit of a bonus dice from Eliza. Actually, I'm going to change the pool. Charisma and occult, as this is less.
I'm assuming I don't get to add beautiful.
No.
Okay.
You're
Could I
essentially.
argue-
Huh?
Could I argue charisma and leadership?
I will allow charisma and leadership.
Okay.
As this is technically, as Sept leader, your cairn, just as much as it is, because you have to maintain it, you have to do all the things, the spirits play their part, but you are technically the voice of the Sept. I will allow that. But persuasion, I just think, is too iffy for supernatural beings.
Fair. I'm going to spend a willpower. Can I spend a willpower?
Yeah, of
I
course.
guess.
Yeah.
8 with crit.
Another voice from behind you, from the center of the cairn, says,
Very well. But not until the rite is done. I have preserved death here. And that is dangerous with a worm.
Understandable.
well, the almighty Shellhead has spoken. And it is his house, Rat says, kind of looking at Eliza, kind of annoyedly, but also jokingly. All right. We are going to help as best as we can, but Unicorn wasn't lying. We can't just stop them. That's not our part in this place. We're here to help with your powers. We're here to tell you some cryptic truths and to, bend an ear. But we can't just stop them. That's not within our skill set. Unfortunately, believe me, I wish I could. But my former kid, I don't even know what our relationship is anymore. He says he looks over at Alara. Alara just rolls her eyes. My former kid is going to do what she's going to do. And I think trusting her judgment is the right way to go. She's not a leap before you look type, but she's also not going to hold back.
That's all I was hoping for, was an opportunity and the idea that we could all keep an eye on it. Meaning spirits within the cairn, not you guys per se, but when you could, if you were around. That kind of a thing, everybody working towards the same goal.
kind of a potato tomato situation, but yeah, you're right.
Girl, I am going to hear some angry words from your friend. And I don't necessarily completely disagree with her. But also, something about going against the grain, trying something new, breaking the establishment. That makes my ladies tingle.
At this point, Eliza looks to all the spirits. Thank you, patrons, for weighing in on this. It is very much appreciated. But I think we have our answer. Aspen, is there anything else you wanted to say?
I appreciate you all coming here to speak about this. I know it's a big ask, and I appreciate even just having an ear for this.
They all, in their own way, nod. Gorgon kind of does a little, like, half wave. Unicorn kind of stamps her hooves a little bit and bucks her head up and down. Rat just blows you a kiss and then scrambles off the table. As the spirits disperse, Eliza looks to you. They say Madison's. And it only matters because their favor matters. Yes, they're not the defending forces of this place necessarily, but they give strength to those that do. And I'm not talking about the spirits. I'm talking about you and your packmates and your septmate. This was a very lucky win. Be cautious about it. I believe in what you say. I believe in your leadership. But I also see where they're coming from. But if you believe this brings balance to the situation, then I will support you. But they're not wrong. This is risking a lot.
I know. I think we have to try.
Well, let's see what happens. As Eliza... Oh, go ahead.
She just looks at Eliza. Can we just go sit somewhere for like a good 10 minutes and say nothing?
I've been stashing some moonshine. You want some?
You know what? There's always a good time for a first time. Why not?
We'll degrease that engine yet. She gets up and starts walking over towards the trailer, taking you with her. As you finally sit down, that first drink of moonshine burns something awful, like battery acid, but also tastes good, weirdly. What is Aspen feeling and thinking about this entire series of events?
The Spirit Roundtable is no joke. It's much more intimidating in person than in theory. And it was a lot different talking to a bunch of spirits. She's good at talking, but spirits in themselves are very intimidating. But there's no guarantee that it's the right thing. But it seems like the right thing in the moment. And that's just keep trying to do the right thing and hope that it goes well. And if it doesn't, that you have the opportunities to make it better, much like Eliza said before the meeting. And she just hopes she's making the right choice, but she had to try.
With that, we transition to our final scene of tonight's story. Jester, you find yourself at the apartment, home, or at least what was home at one point. Now it feels like it could be again, but also it's a reminder of what was before. So as you're moving about the area, preparing for Charles's return, what's going through your mind?
I don't even need the eye stuff that Jace gave me to see some ghosts in this room or in this apartment. As I step in and walk down the hall, I can almost see Charles and I sitting on the couch, laughing over books or shows we're watching. I could move to the kitchen where I'll set down a bag I brought with me and see us cooking together. There's just a lot of memories here of when we were happy, and I have faith that we will make more memories here.
But with that faith, there's also a healthy dose of fear. Because you made a decision in the rage room. You made a decision to leave a piece behind. And as Turtle said, anything left out can't be regained, at least not through spiritual means. Is it going to be the same? Is it going to be home? Potential to create new memories, always. That's a constant. That's part of being alive. But there is an attachment to the old memories. Before the idea of him being able to come back, the idea of his resurrection came around, you avoided this place up until this point. Avoided it because of the reminder it was of the good times you thought you'd never have again. But now, as you're there, as you're in it, it's like two forces clashing. The hope and the sadness. Because even though he's gonna come back, he died. He was killed. That is a fact. And it was so fast, so sudden. The fact that he might not come back, Guru, according to what Turtle says, even more daunting. And as you're moving about, maybe putting cleaning in the house, you feel a shiver go up your spine. But it's not the kind of shiver you get when, you step over somebody's grave, or you I don't know, get that bout of a cold spell. No, this feels different because it feels external. It feels like something very icy and cold just ran up your back. But then it doesn't leave. It just settles right at the base of your neck and even a little bit along the side. and it remains. Whether you get a scarf, whether you try and rub your hand on it, that cold spot remains. What do you do?
I will continue cleaning for a bit, occasionally rubbing. Does it feel cold like the cold when the rings hit? When
Yes.
I'll move into the bathroom and put the ointment on.
You dab the ashes of a long gone ghost council on your eyes, allowing you to see what isn't meant to be seen by human or guru sight most of the time. You notice that the source of the cold spot is a wisp that has run up your back and positioned itself at the base of your neck, where your neck meets your shoulder. And while most of them flail kind of like breath in the wind, this one shivers.
We don't have to go out there again, do we?
We do. We can't stay here all the time.
It's warm here. It's familiar here. It's safe here.
It's warm outside. There are other places that are safe. But we can't stay safe all the time.
I want to. Up there, it's not warm, it's hot. Up there, it's not home. One danger after another. We get hit by a car crossing the street. You might get eaten by a gator. Out there, they killed me.
It did. And I'm sorry for that. I shouldn't have let you take the back alone. I should have been beside you.
No. You could have died too. No.
But we're supposed to protect each other. That's what happens when we go out of the safe spot.
Protect me and stay here.
I'll protect you out there too.
How?
By watching your back. By being there by your side. Fighting with you.
What if I'm not me anymore?
Then we'll get to know each other all over again.
What if I don't like who I am anymore?
Then you can change it.
Turtle said I might not be able to be the real me, the full me. How can I help anyone?
You don't have to turn into a hairy 9-foot-tall monster to help people or protect them. There's other ways.
The only way I'm going to be able to protect you, protect the Sept,
Then if that's what you really want, we'll go find Gaia.
What if Gaia's dead?
She's not.
Can you be sure?
The cairn exists. You can feel her in the cairn.
Don't. I've been hidden for so long. Kept away, stuffed in a box. It was the only place I was able to breathe.
I know. I'm scared too. But you were there to help me. And I'm there to help you. You don't have to hide. We're all scared. It's what we do afterwards, when admitting we are, that matters.
I want to go in the box again. So lonely in there. And I don't feel better. Just sit in it.
I'll help you.
You're scared too?
All the time.
What?
Lots of things. The future. Myself. Zizek.
You see it.
You see it tremor even more as you mentioned Zizek.
I could teach you how to go on despite being scared. Even though I'm scared of her, I intend to kill her.
Can you promise me something?
Yes.
If I go back out there, if I need whole again. You promise you'll be scared with me. Not just keep it for yourself.
I promise. Will you be scared with me too?
Try. I've always been scared with you. I just wasn't allowed to say so.
You're allowed to say so.
Sure?
Yes.
Need you to be brave.
I'm trying.
Keep trying.
I will.
Thing I was most scared of didn't come home. I was here alone. That you'd given up. Promise me you won't give up.
I promise I won't give up.
I am Charles's fear. The greatest fear I've ever had is losing you. But not to the worm or the fight. To yourself.
I know.
You feel the cold move its way off of you. Can't fully detach, per se, but it does, for the purposes of the rite, enter the ring. Because his fear wasn't completely his. It was always yours as well. As it enters the ring, some of the gloom of the apartment washes away. Some of the shadows don't seem as long. The place doesn't feel as empty. If anything, it goes from an empty nest where the birds have left to an empty nest waiting for the birds to return. Still empty. Just sad in its own right, but hopeful for it to be filled once more. Now that the spirit has been contained, what do?
I'll walk into the bedroom, kind of stare at the board of photographs, the cork board of photographs that I have hung up there that I kind of used to look at every day as kind of motivation and inspiration. Thinking on the promise I just made. I've made similar ones to Chloe, to Eliza. Never really knowing if I could actually keep them, but feeling that I kind of have to. One more thing to fight the voice in my head.
As you settle in, looking at those pictures, thinking on those memories, how the world just seemed different. Full of hope and full of possibilities, but also with a little bit of innocence left over. Room for possibilities and hope. Not knowing the darkness that was coming, knowing the basics that the worm is dangerous and problematic, something to be dealt with that most likely would take your life. But in those moments, it didn't matter because, well, you didn't know her. You didn't know that they were coming. Planning, plotting, devising. But you allow yourself a moment to lay down on the bed, looking at those photos, a moment to cling to his pillow or one of his shirts, to go back to that place. You allow yourself that because hope is possible. You can get him back. You're almost there. You have all of the pieces, at least, of what to do. And you almost have all of the actual pieces. And it's Charles. Even if there's something missing, even if there's no possibility he could come back as a guru, he is strength. He is solid. And he has you. It's these thoughts that gently allow you to lull to sleep. A good, lasting sleep. Comfortable sleep. But in sleep, there are dreams. And in dreams, we have no control. And it's in those dreams that you feel the heat, the flames in your vision of the burning estate. You can feel yourself fleeing, even though every instinct in you wants to turn back, wants to not relive this, not again, not the way it was. But just like we sometimes can't get our bodies to move when we're frozen with fear, your body moves when you want it to freeze. And just like it has every single time. Like a crack of thunder, the whip snaps. And as the whip snaps, he falls. Mangled. Devastated. Dead. And in the flames of her glorious strike, her victory, stands Jijak. In the dreams, she's likely taller and more menacing than she is in actual life. But it is terrifying to behold. It is monstrous. The way she stands, the grin upon her face, the bellowing of her voice as she proclaims, Jester, I will take everything. With that, you sit up, startled, covered in a cold sweat. You've clung to the shirt so tightly that it almost has knotted in your wrenching grip. But just as before, it was just a dream. same dream. The dream that made you feel powerless, that made you afraid, that took everything in one quick snap. This is where our story comes to a close this evening, but not without one last scene. Our last scene takes us to a place far, far up to the north. A place that is undisclosed. And why, you ask? Is it undisclosed? Because how could you possibly guess what the Black Spiral Dancers are doing? What they're up to? Here, you hear the pounding of drums. You hear the hooping and hollering of a chant. You see a roaring bonfire and an individual knelt on both knees, looking up in abject horror at the monstrous woman who approaches. She leans forward, and in a voice that's quiet for her but is still sounding like shouting, Zizek says to this individual, "Are you willing to make a deal with the devil?" And the young man, terrified, eyes wide, says, "Yes. Yes, I am." "Do you swear to fight for the end?" "I do." "Good." She reaches behind and in a fell swoop slings something over and around this young man's shoulders. White, silvery fur of a bloody hide, stripped from the man who would be king. This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. We lost a champ, but she's out there somewhere, so we hope she's well. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media down below. Join our community by following the Discord and sign up for the Ko-fi, where for as low as $5 a month, you get access to all kinds of behind-the-scenes features, including the Rosebud Thorns of this very, 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 very long session. But you'll get all kinds of, insight about all the cool things that happened. Plus, even though this is our second to last episode before we go on break for a month, we are going to have all kinds of extras for Ko-fi subscribers over that month. So go sign up today. It really helps benefit this program, this channel, and this community. And we are so, so grateful. This Friday, we have a brand new episode of Health Hounds. This Sunday, we have a brand new episode of Red Tide Rising. Those are going to be the last for those two series for our month-long break. And the next Tuesday will be the last episode of Rage Across Tampa, the closing of the Tampaverse for a month. So come join us for that. But for these amazing players, I am Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.